Why is it muted? Good question. Probably because that macro is messed up. I will have to fix the non-timer command, apparently. Apparently that macro does not turn the mics back on after a certain point. So let's just look at that real quick before we get too carried away. No, it just straight up doesn't turn them on. Interesting. Cool. That's something to fix. But anyways, good afternoon, people. At least you didn't get to hear me be an idiot and say good morning because my brain's fried from work. But it's time for more Grade Ace 32. Because boy, do we need to finish this before the end of the month. Because if we're on pace per the wiki, 3 hours per stream, 10 streams. That puts us with a Monday stream every week. We're gonna get it finished. After Grade Ace 32 finishes, there is me with Persona 3 RFL. After Grade Ace 32 finishes, we're gonna pick up Persona 4 Golden and probably make everybody happy. At least that's who here in chat happy, at least. We're gonna restart my Steam save. Hopefully Steam will play nice with OBS, because the last time we did a Steam game that wasn't Orange Juice, I ended up getting mad at the game. Next stream is October. Ooh, nice. I'm hoping this time around, the game won't crash and be sluggish like Witcher 3 that made me rage quit because I could not stream and game at the same time. I was very angry at that. But no. Did we do Witcher 3 on this machine or the old machine? I feel they're not running well. I had that before this PC. Yeah, I'm trying to remember if we did Witcher 3 on the old PC that now MaxVolt has, or if we did it on this PC. God, I unfortunately that's so far back I couldn't even remember when that was. But anyway, without even asking, it looks like Sergeant Hawk's here. Was this one? So it was after I graduated college? God. Well, that's not promising, because I do want to go back to Witcher 3 at some point. But anyway, let me grab somebody who showed up without uninvited but was completely expected at the same time. Arrow. Am I still muted? Yes. There we go.
I was deafened out of respect.
You don't have to deafen. As long as I'm deafened, you can't be heard.
This is fair.
I mean, you weren't invited, but you were completely expected, so...
At some point.
Yeah. Today has been something with news in my model. I don't even feel like streaming because I was going to use my model for stream. Yeah, I completely understand where you're coming from, man.
Yep.
Eventually, you'll get back to... I feel so bad for you and Blazing. Man, that's just a mess. I will talk to you in private about it, Hawk, but it's just a mess right now. It's actually going to mess me up here, too, because I was about to ask Moon to do something after Max and I's thing. But that don't look too possible anymore. Yeah. Alright, so we were on episode 3, The Return of the Great Departed Soul, Trial 3, Part 3. Oh, I bet there are, Moon. We'll figure it out when that crosses.
Alright. And to kind of get... I'm pretty sure I remember living with MaxVolt and Psychic Swordsman.
Yeah, but I gave it to him after I was living with him, so I don't know. You're also really quite good to hear. Because I gave it to him after this PC was built after I graduated. So that means December 2019.
Yeah, like I remember you who were living with him after that though, I think.
Did I? So I moved out of that house in December 1 of 2021.
Uh-huh.
So are you saying it's between December
between there.
16, 2019, December 1, 2021?
Yep.
Okay. That's highly possible. It's a 2-year span, but still. Because I was streaming in that house. I'm trying to think what was all
finished
streamed in that
Persona
house.
5
Yeah,
you
we did
finished
all of
Persona 5
Royal.
Royal for a fact.
Yeah. And Royal was finished. Fuck, I don't want to fire up my PS5 to get the platinum. Royal was finished. I think
and
like
also,
6 months
have
before I
found
moved
out
out.
something. Yeah, I have found out something unfortunate about my Persona 5 Royal Tactics only run. It is on hold till I get a new external hard drive for my PS4 stuff.
Rip. Anyways, we
Which-
have. Which is.
Yeah, it might happen earlier than expected. At the very least, me getting a new hard drive won't be too much of an issue. I have the weekend off and I get paid this week, so might just happen this week. I don't know yet.
Anyway, we have Great Ace Attorney 2 to continue. Did you at least get caught up to this point, Hawk?
Yeah.
Cool.
Like, I got to the point of save quit, and by the time you were, I think, just getting to the point where Sholmes was being dragged along.
Yeah, this is.
I was following along that day relatively well, all things considered.
All right. Good. Question for you. Who is voicing who? I don't remember who was voicing who. All I know is I usually get the girls, and I'm completely okay with that.
I think you had me voicing Inosuke for a little bit because your voice was getting tired.
Yep.
I can definitely take care of it as best I can. And I think I was also voicing Van Zeeks.
Hang on. I'm being told game is loud.
Maybe turn game down slightly and visit Hawk with you. Yeah, that's no.
Yeah,
Hi,
that
how
is
you
Hawk.
doing?
It's gonna have to be at the obvious level. It bothers me that I have to turn this so much down because it's already turned down so much at the. Actually, I wonder if that even affects it. It's probably not gonna show it. Like in the sidebar menus of my game capture, it has the audio cranked down. I wonder if this doesn't affect that. I think it's just like the general output. It's not matches. I probably have you turned down for some reason. You're at 100. Turn you up because it was like very loud during Lethal Company, so I had to like crank it down.
Oh, that might have been it.
Well, I turned it down.
Actually, no, wait. Lethal Company has its own thing in game, so I don't.
Yes,
think
but I had it outputted through that output. Yeah, that's better. I just cranked him up and turned game down a bit. One of these days I'm actually like figure out all the audio stuff. That is not today.
Yeah, no.
I want to set up ducking so like it'll turn the game down even more if I'm talking. But I don't have the time to deal with that. It is in fact the Popcat.
Yep, it's the Popcat.
Yep. All right. We'll
Morning to you, Mr. Marno. Oh no. Oh, I thought we were starting.
At least let me give you your feed.
Fair. Hang on. So, do you want Ryunosuke back at all or no?
It does not matter to me.
Alrighty, I'll take him for a little bit then.
Hey.
Good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings? I hope so. I should be, even with nothing left to.
Good morning, my dear fellows. I mean, technically, you are Sholmes, so if you want
yeah,
me to take Ryunosuke back, I will gladly take him back.
You want to take Ryunosuke back on
I'll
this
take
one?
him back, yeah. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're here.
Why, naturally! A true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in battle at all times!
Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'll see you later then. Now, Professor, we really need you to remain calm in the courtroom today. Yes, do try your hardest not to enter the witness stand uninvited again.
Yes, I will. I realize it was a mistake, but My dear fellows, I must interject.
Oh, you're still here, Mr. Sholmes. What's the matter?
Surely you've overlooked some praise, have you not? To be cast in my direction?
Sorry, I don't follow.
Must I spell it out? I, the great Sherlock Sholmes, the greatest detective of worldwide acclamation, arose at some ungodly hour to be here now. First thing in the morning. A miracle, you must agree.
He has been oversleeping the last few days of trials. You gotta give him props.
Yeah, points for that. He's like, take Freera, and but worse. He's just back at it staying up late.
Yeah. Well, if I must agree, then...
As you know, my sleep is quite impregnable. Iris had to employ her full gamut of tactics. She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked both cheeks, punched me, and kicked me from the bed.
Jeez, Iris.
Hold on, keep going.
Oh, God.
And she poured a boiling cup of her latest experimental blend at my face, and at last I was bestirred.
This man had to be... Hang on, it's history mode. Has to be... Pulled the covers off, shaken awake, poked in both cheeks, punched, kicked, and thrown boiling water on his face just to wake up?
A boiling cup of her latest experimental blend.
As in
so I'm
tea.
assuming a tea, yes!
And you know what the Japanese say in this game, drink the tea while it's hot.
Yep.
Oh my, Iris has been busy. Iris doesn't have it in to go that far. She's too nice.
Ah, I sense the spirit of a fellow scientist! One who relishes the infinite possibilities of blending tea. I'm the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. This is my victory!
Sorry to cut in.
Who's this?
That's a great question. You. Oh, Inspector Gregson. Good morning.
Gregson, my dear fellow. Why the grim expression at this delightfully early hour? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I've been confronted with a grimmer expression, man. Yeah, me. Are you going to take that insult lying down, Professor? What? I don't know!
Poor Professor.
Anyway, here's the paperwork you asked for.
What paperwork?
I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. I have a feeling it may prove useful. You wouldn't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this brought out of the archives. It's the professor's autopsy report.
Oh. We're gonna try and attempt to link this case to the professor murderings? What is this? DL9 all over again? That mass murderess? Who killed 5 members of the aristocrats?
He was found guilty in a closed trial 10 years ago now. It was all done under wraps. He was quickly executed soon after the trial. It's all in here.
Killer's autopsy report has been entered into the court record.
Well, you know what I gotta do. I gotta check that shit out immediately.
Oh, it's almost like that's where I'm going. Condemned person redacted for confidentiality. That's not happy.
That's
Professor
Death by hanging confirmed at midnight.
17th of June. Do we have anything that links to the 17th of June?
I'm interested in the Courtney Stevens.
I don't think we know
son
who
of a bitch.
Courtney Scythe.
She may have remarried.
Oh God, you're right. It could be her.
It's something for later. We're probably looking too far into it right now.
Don't you love Great Ace Attorney games where they give you the clues so early and you're like, oh, what could this mean? And then we're like, what are they going on about?
We hyperfixate like crazy.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector.
Yes, much obliged, Mooch Gregson. Us lowly lot at the yard are just doing what we can. In the shadow of the great detective Sholmes, of course.
He acknowledges Sholmes. About damn time. There he goes. Well then, Professor Hairbrain, this is it. Today we're going to lay all this to rest at last. Wish you the best of luck, Professor.
I suppose he'll be in there today, will he? Drebber.
Yes, we expect the prosecution to summon him as witness.
Still amazed that you managed to find him in just one day. I really owe you both so much.
Counsel and the defendant. The trial's about to resume. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. God, I love the suspense music. This is it then. Final chapter. Funny, my heart's racing a little. Not felt this before, actually. A strange foreboding, as if something's going to happen in this trial that I'm not ready for. But I can't let that distract me from the only thing that really matters. Finding the truth.
I'm questioning something on my Taco Bell order, though.
I'm questioning my hyperfixating on the piece of evidence.
October 24th, 9:30 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. They gave me 2 drinks for some reason.
Take it.
I'm not,
Hey, look! He's got a judicial assistant!
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the public hearing of Albert Hairbrain, here present, who stands accused of murder. Are the counsels for the prosecution and defense ready to proceed? The prosecution is ready, my lord.
The defense is ready, my lord. As promised, Lord Van Zeeks has his apprentice with him. His apprentice with memory loss.
If I may, Lord Van Zeeks. Yes, my lord?
Stormtrooper.
There appears to be someone standing at your side. Ah, yes. An apprentice and assistant. The prosecution believes today's proceedings will see the complexity of this case rise considerably.
You can't tell me that's not him.
I therefore instructed my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of the trial.
Smooth running of liquid refreshments by the look of it. The way he holds himself, the way he moves, couldn't be anyone else. But he's still suffering from amnesia, so there's really nothing to do it. I know, but oh, this is so very hard.
It would appear the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands that the court made yesterday.
Oh, hey, the P3R battle needs to be hidden. Mod released to fix the problems. It was a mod. Oh, that's good, Moon.
Ooh! I understand you have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene on the day in question. Yes, my lord.
Trooper.
I intend to call him as a witness shortly. Where's the stormtrooper from anyway?
It's from Robot Chicken. The escalator
I knew
scene.
that one. Why are you going with that bit?
Because I've been saying it every time someone says my lord. On top of the fries bit with every order as well.
Alright, you know what? Fair enough. Fair enough. Very good, very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this courtroom today. Hey, are you ready and willing to proceed? Of course, my lord. I'm sure we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty.
I do so despise deception and deceit. I find it so very wearing.
To take a man's life with a conjuring trick. It is against the magician's code, not to mention the law.
Any fake scientist should feel the wrath of old God, if you ask me. We have to listen to what's said on both sides of the fence and then settle it on one. That's it, isn't it?
Wasn't like this in my day. Wasn't like this at all. If all parties are ready to proceed, you may begin, Lord Van Zeeks. Before I do, my lord, there is a report I must read to the court.
Uh-oh.
Yesterday at the Great Exhibition Grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case. The super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine, which was installed on the experimentation stage, was deliberately destroyed in an explosion affected by an unknown person or person.
Oh, we know who it is.
Oh, we know for a fact it is.
It-
It was... What? An explosion!
This is an outrage.
Yes, I heard this grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the evening. I read that the machine was blasted to smithereens, and the wreckage reduced to ashes in the flames. I have here a photographic print of the scene taken in the wake of the explosion. It shows what little remains of the machine. Yes, a terrible business.
Shows that it's open too.
Yep.
He didn't destroy the evidence, did he? That Enoch Drebber.
The court will take this print as evidence, counsel.
Post-explosion photograph has been entered into the court record.
Thank you, System Voice.
You're welcome.
Late yesterday afternoon, protection afforded to the machine by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act was revoked. However, before a thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial.
Yep.
As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity. Indeed, a most unfortunate state of affairs. However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. Of that, we can be certain. For it was the accused himself who was operating the machine and who ultimately caused its loss of control.
Objection! Objection? As Lord Van Zeeks rightly says, this is a very different trial now. The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Asmund has died as a result of the accident caused by his machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters.
Names, counsel, if you please.
The engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, and the victim himself, Mr. Odie Osmond. So what exactly were these two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant.
Thank you, counsels. The positions of the prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Lord Van Zeeks, summon your first witness, please. At once, my lord. The prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to the stand.
Oh, I thought it was gonna be Odie Asman.
State your name and occupation for the court.
Name, Enoch Drebber. Occupation, hard to pin down, I would say.
See that black monocle? Yes, why do I feel this? Oh, I've seen it somewhere. Oh, you too? I had the exact same feeling myself. Your file indicates that you are currently being investigated in connection with another case. Theft of a waxwork model, is it? Most extraordinary sounding business.
But that has no bearing on this trial. I assure you. Leave it from your mind.
You're familiar with the public experiment carried out at the Great Exhibition some days ago? The accused super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration.
Yes, you could say that. I am aware of it. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there?
It was you, Mr. Drebber, who constructed the vastness machine used in the experiment. Or so our investigations indicate. Can you confirm your involvement?
Yes, I constructed it, in precise accordance with the blueprints, but that's all.
Then the court would be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure.
An amazing device, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last. What?
Good gracious. Do you mean to say that the experiment was bona fide? Is that your belief, sir?
Yes, that is very much my belief. Such a waste that it blew up.
Objection!
Objection? But we've already established that the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick.
Objection! Objection! You've established nothing of the sort. All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could have been produced by means of staged trickery.
Isn't that the same thing, though? You gotta try, man.
Yeah. The defense merely proposed a method and demonstrated its feasibility, nothing more.
But
We have procrastinated long enough, I feel. Witness, you will now give your formal testimony. About the machine that you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration at the Great Exhibition.
understood.
We're just going with the idea that Drebber's a machine.
You can't tell me he's not a machine. He's got a
No,
robotic
I
hand,
can't.
the way he moves.
And I'm gonna say it right now, he does have some pretty sweet dance moves.
He does. He's cool, but he's a robot in my mind.
Yep.
I met the
We're
young
taking the
professor.
joke and running.
Oh yes,
sorry.
100%. I met the professor, the young professor, approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Asman's introduction. He provided me with the blueprints, and I constructed the machine to precise specifications. It was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All the spectators saw a birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science was on with the machine was built was flawed somehow. A body double? That goes without saying, surely. You give the impression that something has moved when in reality it hasn't. It's basically a conjuring principle. The deception cannot be achieved without substituting the original with a fake at some point in the performance. But would I be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines?
Incidentally, the prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Asman had no twin siblings.
He'd have shut us down before we even proposed the idea.
It's my understanding that this witness is well versed in conjuring awfulness. But such talents do not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, the construction of what, by all accounts, must have been an extremely complex scientific machine.
Whatever do you mean?
Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Dribba.
Indeed it did, my lord. As a swindler who preys on the innocent scientist to elicit government grant money through conjuring know-how. Yes, it's true that I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. But crucially, my scientist knowledge more than matches any academic in the field.
Investigation of the witness's workshop attests to that claim, my lord. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy for young talent in science there.
Yes, that's true. We spotted it there ourselves. If the hypothesis is sound, it can always be forged into a physical manifestation with sufficient skill. Though I may have sold the secrets to some deceptive wiles to sniveling, talentless scientists in the past.
Would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was
An unfortunate accident, or of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by the misuse of the scientist.
Counsel for the defense? Your cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord.
Stormtrooper.
Alright, cross-examination time.
Okay.
That matches up everything. No need to press the first statement. The second statement is also true. Yes, he was provided the blueprints and did create the machine. That's true.
But was it to the precise specifications is the question.
Yes, because even even our client has stated yes. Grabber built it to his specifications to a degree. He just built the. I guess yes, we can press the second statement. It's clear that you both have scientific knowledge and knowledge of conjuring magic power. The more knowledge you have, the better equipped you are to handle whatever comes along. But your implication is that I furnished the machine with some trickery, I think. It's a possibility that we have to explore. Wait! We didn't even need to press this. Unfortunately though, the machine has been blown to Kingdom Come. There's really nothing left to explore, is there?
It appears that the Kinesis machine was fitted with a timed explosive device of some kind.
And there's nothing left of that device either. Not a single shred of evidence remaining, I hear. Planned all this from the outset. But in any case, it's abundantly clear that the experiment couldn't have been a trick. You're right, it is clear that it was a trick. If it was built to his specifications...
Oh, are you thinking what I'm thinking?
The post-explosion paragraph shouldn't have a pit hole, should it?
Not that any of us can think of, no.
Objection!
The music didn't stop. That's bad. He overruled our objection. Lovely. So I guess we need to press more.
The whole show was a fraud. It would have required a bot. I think we press this one just to see what pops up. Third one.
I'm just gonna look through all the statements, but I'm probably gonna press with you real quick. Yeah, I'm probably thinking about... Yeah, we're gonna press the body double. Oh, that's it. Was a twin. No, we've already established
Objection!
this.
Perhaps my learned friend wasn't listening earlier. Mr. Adamsman had no twin siblings.
I heard you before, but there was a thread of hope quite and left me. Demonstration could have been a trick if there was someone who looks suspiciously like it. Yeah. Dr. Safe actually ruled out that as a possibility. Why not a wax double?
It is beyond question that the victim himself, Mr. Asmund, did move from the stage to the Crystal Tower. The fingerprints found at the scene attest to the fact.
It's been an orchestrated use of someone who looked down from Mr. Asmund. What are you thinking? Photo? Oh, no, nothing. Just that the idea of someone who looked identically to the victim is playing on my mind. Yeah, a body double. We looked at the head.
No, I don't think we have yet, actually. The only point we can examine is the lock.
This lock does look very strong, doesn't it? There's definitely no way you can remove the mask yourself. It's a terrible way to treat someone, even a convicted criminal. I know, it's starting to make me livid, actually. Naruhodo, please. Just think about it. Imagine if you had an itch on your cheek all of a sudden. Utterly helpless. Well, yes, that's true. But I'm not sure that warrants quite such resolution. Oh, right, sorry.
Yeah, no, there's literally nothing else to examine on this thing. We've already examined the bird cage.
Yeah, because I got the damage at the bottom, but...
Anything on the science trophy?
Oh yeah, I didn't look at that either. Royal Society Award. Little metal plaque here, look. Bolstering burgeoning talent for the future scientific discovery. Seems rather ironic, doesn't it? Clearly, Mr. Trevor is a very talented scientist.
Nothing on the underside of that.
Nothing on the top, nothing on the handles.
No.
Already looked at the camera, it's got blood on it.
Yep.
Already looked at the
I
autopsy
did check that
report.
too. I did check that too during lunch. Yeah, I'm gonna press the fourth statement, see what pops up.
Holy! That's where I'm looking at.
It crashed head first, you say?
Yes. Wait, head first?
Were you not there at the exhibition grounds on the day?
Unlikely. I rarely leave my workshop. Yet another one of your unique inventions was found at the scene. Well, it was the unveiling of the machine I'd labored over for many months. I saw it clearly with my own eyes, the birdcage plummeting headfirst into the tower. Surprise. I believe the victim's neck was broken from the headlong fall, wasn't it? How would you come by that information? Even an infernal recluse like me reads the newspapers, you know. According to the reports, 2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body. Yes, he'd been stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver believed to belong to the defendant. He had broken vertebrae result from fall considerable height.
Correct. My learned friend has been doing his research, it seems.
Yeah. We know which injury was the fatal one. Sadly not.
Sadly not. Forensic science is not yet at a level where such things can be determined. What we do know is that the victim died having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment. Since he was found in the birdcage with his neck broken.
It's obvious that they fell from a considerable height. It's hard to deny. Here's the thing. Head first.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking on the birdcage?
Where's the damage on the birdcage?
He would have been strapped to...
His head. There's a
Yeah,
headrest up there. It's the birdcage.
Objection!
Objection? We've examined the birdcage that crashed into the Crystal Tower ourselves. As you can see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot.
Following in the explosion, it fell some 30 feet into the glass of the Crystal Tower. That level of damage is to be expected, surely.
I agree. The damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of that damage. All the breakages in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top. What are you saying?
That's the opposite of where they should be.
That's right, my lord.
Don't mind me switching cups.
The birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at its base. So we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the crystal tower, yet the damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile those two facts is to accept that there were two bird cages in play that day, which were at some point switched during which it wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery. He can't be a robot. He has emotions.
Good gracious. Explain yourself, witness.
Well,
We examine the facts. There's only one logical conclusion we can draw. The damage on the base of the birdcage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first into the tower.
Objection. But multiple witness reports claim it fell head first.
The birdcage materialized in the sky next to a balloon flying over the stage, following a spontaneous explosion. At an altitude of some 60 feet above ground level.
Which is approximately 18 meters.
It then proceeded to fall some 30 feet into the crystal tower in the ensuing deflagration. Witness reports amid such chaos are notoriously unreliable.
Objection. But the victim's neck was broken.
Objection! He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However he fell, it would be unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed. A riveting scientific analysis of the events from the prosecution there. Though to be even more rigorous, we would have to say it was only one vertebra, actually. Wasn't quite. I find it hard to see what's motivating Lord Van Zieks. This witness is clearly a swindler, and one who deceived a personal friend of his. If you're going to establish this deception, do it right. Sorry? I feel like that's the undertone here. Ah yes, there's one more point. The defense appears to have forgotten. It obviously wasn't a trick, as the certainty truth very plainly demonstrates. What? It seems to me that the cross-examination had better continue until we resolve this matter. Mr. Drebber, you will amend your testimony with details of this truth.
Of course, we must treat the matter scientifically after all. Ugh, I nearly had him there. You can't tell me with moves like that he's not a robot. Kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to fall. The balloon!
I'm gonna press it just to be on the safe side.
Alright, if you insist.
Hold it!
I just want to present the balloon picture.
Yeah, I would too, but at the same time, we need as much info as possible anyway.
It's fair. What do you mean? Well, before the demonstration began, the victim was alive on stage in front of the audience. Yes, there are lots of witnesses who saw Mr. Asman on the experimentation stage, so that's true. And the victim's neck broke as a result of an impact following a fall. Logically, therefore, the victim must have fallen from somewhere.
The balloon that exploded was at an altitude of 60 feet. The point of impact on the tower was 30 feet up.
Okay, so they're saying the 30 feet of the balloon is what killed him. So we need to go after the point of the 30 feet of the stage.
Maybe.
That's what I'm seeing, because our stage is still 30 feet up. It was supposed to go completely horizontal, but the logic behind this fake science is that it was pointed up at an angle and it spawned 30 feet above where it was supposed to be. So it's a total of 60 feet above, therefore falling 30 feet, therefore meeting the 30 feet from the base platform to the 30 feet above the crystal tower. You follow my math.
Somewhat.
Good luck. I'm leaving you behind.
About the only point of contention I'd say is, do we know if the stage is exactly 30 feet?
Yes. It has been established by Ginny and multiple officers that the stage was 30 feet above the ground.
Okay.
Like, that's been consistent across multiple testimony.
I did double check the demonstration thing.
Demonstration article. Public service, random scientific ideas, possibility.
Yeah, I did check the experiment sketch. That's
because you'll notice
the way it's drawn is telling me that is a little less than 30.
Yeah.
On where the stage is. That was my only hang up on that.
Okay. But yeah, we have established that the stage is 30 feet off the ground.
Okay. Well, anyway. That difference of 30 feet is therefore the total distance the birdcage fell.
That I have no objections with. And there's no other location from which the birdcage could have fallen that distance if it didn't drop out of the sky. Ergo, the victim himself must have been beamed from the stage into the sky above the crystal tower.
A trenchant scientific analysis. Pardon me. Ah. Damn me. Every time I hear it explained, it sounds increasingly plausible.
Oh yes. It's all very well thought out. Certainly all the spectators on the day saw it. Birdcage plummeting 30 feet through the air, I mean. Irritatingly, yes.
Going back to...
I've still gotta present it.
Objection!
Yeah, I think that's where...
The music didn't change. Damn it.
There's nowhere else 30...
Do I present the experiment sketch? Let's press the last stage.
Hold it!
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Understood the science, did you? Not in the slightest. Oh, right. As I've said a number of times, I'm an engineer. My job is to manufacture according to the blueprints I'm given. I would be inviting manifold problems if I foolishly allowed my brain to digest the ideas behind them. I could be accused of stealing those ideas, for example. How is it possible to construct a machine without really understanding the principles it relies on? Well, you're practicing law without really understanding the principles it relies on, aren't you? Ouch! That hurts.
I love the reaction afterward. Keep going.
A very good point. God damn it. Stand up for yourself, Mr. Naruhodo.
The point is, the experiment resulted in instantaneous kinesis taking place. As such, the science must be sound.
I still don't believe that. Yes, and really, experiment results are all that matters when it comes to proving a hypothesis. Certainly very sure of himself. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now that the machine has been completely destroyed by this explosion, it's going to be possible to argue its authenticity one way or another. But if we're unable to establish the stage of teacher rather than genuine science, we'll have no grounds to demonstrate Everything's innocent. Asman and this man stand tricked. Tricked the professor. However, they took advantage of his naivety and unbending belief in his work. We won't let them get away with it. The professor is an orphan of Lord Van Zeeks. What on earth must he be feeling towards Mr. Breber?
Why am I thinking this is like the last trial? Alright, I'm gonna check something. Hold on.
I think we need to present either one of two pieces. I just don't know where. We either need to present the experiment sketch, or we need to present the post-explosion photograph.
Well, I can tell you for a fact it's not post-explosion. Photograph on the second station. Statement. I'm getting my words mixed up, okay? Leave me alone.
No! This is my stream. Only I'm allowed to fuck up.
Oh no. Not even the guest is allowed to fuck up? That's not good.
Nope. Especially returning guests. First time guests get a pass. Returnings do not.
Oh, you were right on the experiment sketch on the fourth one.
Alright, that's what I thought.
Objection!
Because it shows they're somewhat similar heights.
Yeah.
Because it's a sketch. It may not be to scale. This is a diagram of the exposition station and its surroundings. We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in the mid-air before falling down into the crystal tower. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see that there's one other possible location from which the birdcage had fallen. The same distance of 30 feet.
No. Well, it appears that the Benz has a possible explanation to put forward. Go ahead, Counsel.
Yes, my lord. Of course.
Stormtrooper.
You.
You will indicate the place to which you are referring on this same diagram. The alternative location from which the birdcage could possibly have fallen the requisite at 30 feet.
Take that!
Right where it was. The place I'm referring to is here.
But that's where the birdcage would have been to begin with.
Which is exactly the point, my lord.
Stormtrooper.
Yes, the birdcage was in the machine on the stage. But what we must also consider is the height of the stage itself.
Go on, Counsel.
It turns out that the experiment stage was built considerable height above ground level. Look at the diagram, in fact. You'll see it's about the same height above the ground as the balloon was above the crash site. When the experiment got underway, the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. At that moment, the floor of the stage gave way, and if we assumed there were to be a void underneath, this birdcage and the one seen by the audience would have fallen almost exactly the same distance. Composure. Once again, my lord,
Stormtrooper.
this all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage, but two!
Objection!
Objection! Learned friend. There's no evidence that the stage had such a contrivance in its design.
That's a lie?
You gave it to us.
Someone is responsible for the criminal destruction of the kinesis machine itself. It's true. However, the stage still stands. And take a moment, the photographic print of the scene following yesterday's explosion.
Good lord, the metal grill that formed the floor of the machine is undone!
Yes, most likely blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. Defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated immediately! Mr. Drebber. That was you who built the kinesis machine, which means that it was you who built the two bird cages that were used to carry out this deception. Whether the Professor Harebrain's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference, because if it's the construction of the machine that matters, the machine designed to take Mr. Aspen's life, and lay the blame firmly at the Professor's door, something that could only have been carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Drebber! Objection!
Hey, you know what? I like this guy. Objection!
I do like Trevor. He's very crazy character.
If my learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertions, the prosecution would like to crush the defense's arguments slowly, but surely.
And don't call me Shirley. What?
Airplane, gotcha. Your argument fails to hold water.
Yeah, because it blew a hole in your argument.
On 2 counts.
2?
Firstly, before and after the experiment, this witness went nowhere near the kinesis machine. Every relevant member of staff from the exhibition has attested to that. I believe members of Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty at every public experiment.
It's true.
In other words, Mr. Drebber had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages.
Objection!
Objection? But I've already explained why he wouldn't have needed to.
The nonsense with the crossbow? That doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed into the tower are one and the same. Forensic investigation team's report is unequivocal on that point. And the second flaw in your assertion is a distinct lack of motive.
On the money.
Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so.
Yes, he did. He doesn't want to split the money if he gets the grant.
Yeah, that would make sense. Or a falling out.
And motive? Do I have to think of everything myself?
I have here a contract provided by the witness.
Ooh.
What contract is this, Lord Van Zeeks? The contract into which Mr. Drebber entered with the victim, Mr. It reads, Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all emanations from government grants or other income. 30%? Certainly a very favorable contractual condition.
But there was one important provision bolted onto that clause. What provision?
Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive.
Oh, boo-hoo!
Oh, bullshit.
In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would become null and void. So you see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Asman's death. The diametric opposite, in fact.
Need I say more? The witness had neither an opportunity nor reason to commit the alleged crime. In short, the possibility of Mr. Drebber having done as you suggest is nil.
Just like the amount of wine you've had at this court.
So far, yeah. How long does he stay pointing like that? It seems the defense's assertion was somewhat wide of the mark. Lord Van Zeeks, you will submit the contract as evidence, please.
Please, I want to read it. I want to read it. Drebber's contract has been entered into the court record.
Thank you, System Voice.
It's true. Let's read the contract. Investor Mr. Odie Asman hereby enters contract with the provider, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to fund labor and materials for the construction of super high voltage systems. Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from the provider. Mr. Drebber may only uphold this rate on condition that both contracting parties are alive. It's not much to go off of.
No, it's not. What was? Okay.
It's true. Drebber had no opportunity to switch the birdcage under the stage, and if one in the Crystal Tower couldn't have done. In any case, I have no idea what his role would have been. There is one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however. There were 2 bird cages. The prosecution is unable to deny that. So I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. I have doubt there are no other aspects of your assertion. that are an undeniable truths too.
Well, it would seem that the defense has no rejoinder to offer.
Objection! Gah. Well, I must say, I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine I built, and instead my reputation is defiled.
Bitch, what fucking reputation?
The prosecution's counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit.
Objection!
Thank you!
There it is.
Took him long enough. At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only one birdcage. Yet now we know that there must have been two. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than we realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit. Ooh, I like where we're going with this.
Ooh, there's a second one. Get to the point.
The stage demonstration was construction and set up entirely by you, Mr. Trevor. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. So if circumstances mean it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself, points to the fact that someone else was involved.
Someone else? Counsel, are you suggesting?
Yes, my lord. Mr. Trevor had an accomplice.
Objection!
Dun dun dun! Objection! An accomplice now? Well then, I presume. You're prepared for what's to come? Now that you're accusing not only this witness, but someone else of the most serious of crimes. If these accusations turn out to be false, make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander. Well, counsel, do you intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement in this matter?
What's way to here? At the moment, this is little more than a hunch on my part. I'm not for sure if Trevor has an accomplice or if he really is the culprit here. One way or another, though, I have to make my position clear as a lawyer. Does Trevor have an accomplice or not? It's Asman. The defense is ready to name Mr. Trevor's accomplice. Yeah, it's not a possibility. Yes, it is. The accomplice swapped. Yeah, we can see. So let's go. Hi, Pico.
Oh, Pika's lurking.
Welcome to the Rules Lawyering Switch Edition.
Counsel.
There is a lurk command, by the way, Pikachu.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's exclamation point lurk.
It is, because it tells the people that they're hiding in a hat, and I love it so much. You're not allowed to lurk, you're on stream. Get out of that hat.
Using it as an example, you bastard. Stay out of my hat.
Get out of here. I will find your
No.
hiding spot one way or another.
No.
Enjoy your hat, Pikachu. Get out here, you're losing voice acting privileges.
No. You will never find Pika though. Oh no.
That's fine. You're allowed to lurk. You're not on
Alright.
comms, Pika. You can hide in any hat you want.
I will pop my head out of the hat. That is all you get.
God, I wish I knew where the hat icon is right now. I'd totally do something. Wait, I think I do know where it is.
Oh no.
We're here,
Is it in
gone,
chat?
guys.
Is it on... Oh no. Is it in? Is it in chat? Is it?
Oh, it's going on stream,
on
baby.
stream? Oh, here we go.
Model.
Give me a hat, man.
I need to first thank Moonlit X Shadows, if they are lurking here, for doing the work for me for a completely different project. Transform. Flip
Thank you for helping
vertical.
with the chaos. Oh, I see the giant hat on screen.
Yeah, enjoy it.
What? Huh? Oh my god, no. What are you doing?
I'm putting you in a hat, damn it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this works. Huh.
Hello?
This is a smaller hat than I was expecting. I'm not complaining, but at the same time,
It's fine.
yeah, good enough. Alright. You have received a stark warning already. You are nevertheless determined. And I must ask you now to identify this alleged accomplice by name. So, your answer, please. Who do you claim to have been Mr. Drebber's accomplice?
Oh, the victim.
You're
Odie Asman.
You're sure it's Osman?
It's the only other person it could have been. Because, if you think about it, both of them have to live to get the money. It did not say that Hairbrain had to be alive or out of jail. So if they're working together to get the money, why would he want him dead? Also, if we're gonna go by the point that he did go through multiple bird cages and there's no way the body could be switched, they swapped bird cages at the bottom of the stage. Because he could just get out of the first bird cage and get into the other. Therefore, having a bird cage without damage for him to fall head first and die.
So here is kind of my one fixation on that. Is I agree with everything up into a certain point. How did the second bird-cage get up in the air in less than a second immediately afterward? Because we basically established that it is up in the balloon, which was shot down, and then it crashed into the crystal tower.
I mean, here's the points that need to be made. We somehow have to link a wax double in here. That's the only feasible thing I see that's happening. I believe that the wax double was the body that was sent down the chute. I believe Odie Asman proper was in the balloon that exploded and fell into the crystal tower. We have to make that link somewhere. I think by pointing out that Odie Asman is the accomplice here helps us build that link. So screw you, I have money, it's my stream, I'm presenting.
Take that!
This person. Someone intimately related to the crime, my lord. And someone surely you wouldn't say you don't know.
Yes, thank you. I am aware of the person, obviously. But on what basis do you claim Phineas' involvement? You surely wouldn't say you don't know, would you?
It's not Asman?
No slip-ups this time, please, counsel. Okay. May I propose something that we kind of went down the rabbit hole on entirely earlier with our zeroing in and on the autopsy report for that killer.
You think it's Scythe? I don't think it's Scythe.
Well, here's the thing. She has been super insistent that we stay out of her way.
Yeah.
Hey, the entire time.
It's not Scythe, it's 2 spells. That's kind of how I'm looking at it right now.
It could be 2 spells, but at the same time...
We have no way to link 2 spells, though, is the problem.
Exactly. I don't see... Well, here's the thing. Hey, I have one extra present. Do you want me to hit Scythe's burst, see what happens?
Take that!
No, because I'm signing up. I got no other.
Oh shit.
It's wrong. I didn't spend. I think this is wrong.
Oh no. That is correct. Based
After
on that
all,
text.
naming her in this capacity is definitely going to make waves. A lot of waves. I could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me. I'm sure it'll be alright, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you, Mr. Zito. The enemy always appears larger than life, but you'll appear exactly the same to the enemy. Alright then, here goes.
You've kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, counsel, now.
Person who colluded with Mr. Drebber in order to carry out this wicked crime. Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Scythe.
What the blazes are you talking about? Dr. Scythe?
The
Head of the forensic investigation team and the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim? Oh fuck, we didn't consider that part, did we?
Oh fuck, no we did not.
Shit! That would actually go to explain so much!
You know there were 2 bird cages, so who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators, and the area was immediately sealed off. Then everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensic investigation team. When else could the switch have occurred? It could only have been in that team's presence. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. The defense demands that Dr. Scythe be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify.
It's insanity. You've got a nerve, lad. Standing up there, dragging the yard's name through the mud.
I didn't mean to.
I know the woman very well. No better dead room worker out there. Dare you call her a criminal? My learned friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the East End at night.
Hmm?
But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there's another grave problem with your argument.
Oh, go on. Tell me.
One which the prosecution demands you address at once.
Grave problem? Heh. Dead people. Grave.
We're beating a dead horse, aren't we?
My word.
Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger?
What?
Certainly if the bird cage containing the body of the victim was exchanged for another. That cage must have also contained a body.
Yeah, we're back to this point. Yeah.
This might actually establish the wax display, though.
Okay.
And yet, no missing persons or accidental deaths of anyone even remotely resembling the victim have been reported. Which means there was no one, dead or alive, who could have fulfilled the role of a body double for Mr. Asman.
What if they were never alive to begin with? That's true. Argument is that there were 2 bird cages and there was 1 person inside each. I don't know if I've got an answer to this. Have I? I did build the body double stuff. It's present evidence. We have to present the head, don't we?
I agree with you on present evidence. I don't think the head, though.
How else are we going to establish a wax double, though?
The glass. Where do you remember where we found that?
On the clothing of the Professor Waxwork.
Uh-huh. After it was returned the next day.
Not evidence. I like your point. As I would normally say, what's your point? Person within fireball distance, but you do have a good point. Very well. The defense will address my learned friend's concerns by presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Asman's body double. I wonder if you could present Madame to spells here.
No, I don't think so.
With gracious evidence.
Gracious evidence. I do hope this isn't filibustering, Counsel. The court is expecting a name.
Well, I can't grant a name.
If you think you have relevant evidence, present it now.
Body double and the birdcage were hiding inside the balloon floating above the stage. Any witnesses? Right. So, spectators. Ah! Body double inside the second birdcage was...
Take that!
something along these lines. You're a liar!
Objection!
Okay, I might be thinking ahead too much on that. I'll try the waxwork head on my end.
Good. What you get
okay,
first.
it's the head. It's the head.
I was right. You costed me a strike.
Okay, fine. I have 2 more remaining for her last strike. Okay, calm down.
This is on
I shall
you.
have to ask you to consider your answer, Counsel. It is present evidence. It is the waxwork head.
I know. That was my original point. You're like, no, we don't know who the head is. We can't use it. We have to use the glass to link Madam to spells into this mess.
Well, here's the thing. They might ask us for that later. Is the
Well,
point
here's
I'm
the
trying.
thing. I feel like you could go either route here. I think you present Odiasmin as the person's name.
Take that!
You know that the victim, Mr. Asman, was in a birdcage structure situated inside the Kinesis stage. Therefore, he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that contained something else. Described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into the Crystal Tower.
Yes, Counsel. According to your somewhat elaborate version of events.
That body double inside the second birdcage was, in fact... Alright, Mr. Photo. Ready for this? Steal yourself. Come out with it. As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was, as unbelievable as it may seem, that thing right there.
When did that get there?
It's evidence. It's...
When did that get there? Or how did it get there? Objection!
Objection!
They have to keep it here.
Fair. Open your eyes and look into mine, my Nipponese friend. Now tell me, what are you playing at?
Stand firm now, Ryunosuke. This is the time to show your Japanese spirit. As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. I had peek. A model, in fact, of an infamous London murderer from 10 years ago. The Professor.
Objection!
Objection! We started by indicating the leader of the forensic investigation team as an accomplice in this crime. Now you've moved on to indicating waxworks?
Indicting waxworks.
Indicting. Yeah.
Yes, that's about the size of it.
But why? And why this waxwork? It looks nothing like the victim. In fact, it could hardly resemble him less. What possible justification can you give?
Want to know why? Ask Mr. Drebber.
What?
Just days before Professor Harebrain performed his public demonstration, Mr. Drebber abducted this model from Madame Tuspel's. We're finally linking the two.
Did you say abducted?
2 days after the incident at the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum.
And the timing. Is this true, Mr. Drebber?
At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Drebber had stolen the waxwork and given it back. Now the reason is clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Asman. Get it!
Objection!
That was in sync.
Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? That the witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist. That he did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner, on a public stage in front of a vast audience. And that, to effect the deception, he used a waxwork model that in no way resembles the victim. Are we really to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide?
Objection!
Objection? Weak objection. Wait! Yes, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible. What's this? Of course.
I need to speak, if you please. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement.
But
But...
it's consultation time!
Very good. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings for the court to hear now.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty!
Oh, it's voice acted. Don't bother.
Guilty!
Oh, alright.
Guilty!
Guilty!
Kill me!
I can't stop it.
Yeah, no.
Yay, summonation examination time.
So, as indicated by the foreman, the jury has reached a consensus.
I knew this was going to happen. Shall we get through this scenario, Hudo, as we always do, and cover some new truths along the way, I'm quite sure. Yes, I agree. I'm going to have to appeal to the jurors as usual, and see if I can persuade them to change their minds.
The defense will now embark on a summation examination.
Hey, we didn't even have to request for it. I like this judge.
Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord. Very well. In that case, I ask you now to state clearly for all present to hear the grounds on which each of you has decided that the defendant is guilty of the crime of which he is charged.
Oh boy.
Judicial findings.
Nope.
The jurors' contentions.
Well, we're starting with 6.
Yeah, this is well out of order. I've known that woman for years. She'd never be an accomplice to anything. It's utter nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving with one another.
Oh dear, this is most troubling. But surely the waxwork the man stole is nothing to do with the coroner, is it?
I have had my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much.
I've seen no rigorous proof that this waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture.
He's about the only one that
Accusing somebody
not argue.
without the right evidences? He's not a proper job, is he? I won't have it. Little kid on the jury. I can't believe this.
Somewhat unsurprisingly, it seems the introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinion. Given that its face is obscured and its build in no way resembles that of the victim. I can only applaud my lord and friend's temerity at suggesting it as Mr. Asman's body double.
Yes, the applause is deafening. And yes, I know it seems extraordinary. That's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? Can't explain why at the moment. I feel though there's a specific reason why it was used. Why it had to be this model. Really? Reason why nothing else would do? Yes, and I'm convinced it's something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like it. Well, if that's the case, we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs. Yes, agreed. Have to find a way out of this.
If you are ready, Counsel, you may proceed with the summation examination.
All right. Since things started out of order, let's go out of order. Come here, Mr. Six.
Fair enough. Also, little side note, I think you still have your live notification for celebrating Misfit's birthday. Hey, by the way.
Yeah, I do.
It's something I probably should have brought up at the beginning.
Yeah. Well, it's done now. It's been removed.
But, oh well. Alright, fair enough. Alright.
Offenses
Oh, we start right with juror number 6
Cool.
anyway.
Hold it! Hold it! I want to know about you. Order things
Yeah.
seems to have changed around here for some reason.
I'm a copper, lad. It's a copper's discretion to bend the rules sometimes when needs must. What's wrong with that?
He has a gun!
Shodemy has a gun, but you have a sword. Oh yeah,
Where did I
that
start?
doesn't change the situation. I've been working at the yard for 40-odd years.
That's even more than I thought.
We've only had a metropolitan police service in town for 70 years, you know. Of course, times have changed. The public didn't trust coppers back when I started. It was rough. We had to fight crime. We had to fight to win the public's trust as well. And when we did. Forensic science was in its infancy too, even more than it is now. She spearheaded the revolution.
Dr. Seif, you mean?
That's right. About 10 years ago now it was. Was still a youngish Bobby on the beat.
On the head. 10 years ago, you say? The autopsy report for the mass murderer notes the professor who was tried and found guilty by closed trial 10 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah, remember my... Hey, Courtney said... Hey, having either remarried or changed her name?
Yeah.
Starting to look more like a fact.
When
That's when she started making a name for herself as a top-class coroner. And now look at her, head of the forensic investigation team, and a woman no less. Well, you won't hear me complain. That's what we all dreamt of back then, I tell you.
tell me without holding that gun in the air?
Ha! We were all out to uphold justice, lad. Full of vim we were. Full of vim.
Well, then. Coming across loud and clear. I'm in the house of pressing everything.
Yeah, I'm in the house of pressing everything too. Yeah, you may want to save right now in case we do something stupid.
Correct, because it's bound to happen.
Yeah. That is why I'm saying, hey, let me risk
No.
doing things first, and then...
Gun ho!
Hold it!
Alright.
We're only just starting to understand this case. What are you reading this,
The man behind those murders on Solar Palm Street was caught in 2 days flat. That's real policing for you.
Really not relevant to this case, is it?
You're wrong there. Because it was Dr. Scythe in charge of examining the bodies. And it was evidence arising from her work that led to the arrest of the scoundrel responsible. That's right, oh, that woman is at the forefront of this country's fight against crime. The idea that she's somehow involved in this murky business is a load of old tosh.
Thought it was up to me to press the jurors, not the other way around. So I have a strong feeling it's the last four. I don't
I
think
do
we're
too.
convincing the other two.
But surely the waxwork the man stole is
I'm just gonna quickly run through these, see if we can hit without pressing.
I'm not. 4 we might actually be able to present, oddly enough.
I mean, hit?
Not pit.
You can't present.
Oh, we can't present?
Not in this, it's press or pit.
I don't. If we can establish, because here's my line of thinking here. If we can establish the waxwork was in the bird cage, which we can due to the glass.
Yes.
Yes. Hold it! Yes. We should be able to pit him against someone saying we, like, probably juror number 5 in all honesty.
Why would you assume that? Well, quite simply because that unsettling swindler has no relation with the women, does he? True, but as it stands, we don't know anything. Oh gosh, but it would have been delightfully romantic if they were somehow to have a mutual interest in the waxwork. Romantic? Society such as yourself use everything in terms of relationships. Now that you learn something new every day, you don't want to. One might wonder about a possible relationship between the defendant and a foreigner woman.
Okay.
Perhaps between the defendant and the hands of the
Juror
prosecutor
number-
just now.
I'll admit, I ran through the entire thing for juror number 2 real quick. It is basically suggesting if we can establish a connection between the waxwork and... yep, there it is.
Perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Smith would be enough.
She was the one that handled that autopsy. So it is possible she has a connection to it.
Yes. She did
I
the
don't
opposite.
think we're getting... Yeah, I don't think we're getting anything out of juror number 3.
Yeah, I feel like it's gonna be... Promise, we gotta convince
that's just
4 of
being
these.
stupid.
Juror number 3
We
and
have to at
juror
least
number
get it to
1
a
seem hard to be able to convince. So,
Honestly, if I'm remembering right, we only have to get a 50-50 split.
no, we have to get 4 too. We have to get 4.
Hit that button, yeah.
Not. More just doing it to view the statements here. Pressing 4.
Hold it!
Pressing
Oh,
4.
hold on. There's actually be something worth about pressing juror number 3.
Hey, guess what? We're pressing 4.
Okay, have fun.
You claimed the whole trick kit. Skinny demonstration was a trick. I did, but there's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there? Sorry? I grant you, given that this cage appeared from mist and explosion, there had been no need to use a real person. But if a waxwork had been used, the culprit could at least have had decency to make it look like the victim. I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency. Point is, if you're going to make a claim about the waxwork being used inside the birdcage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, it's just not science. We should expect nothing less than logical argument from somebody at the fellow role of society. Perhaps it means his mind could be changed from evidence. Evidence that Professor Waxwork was inside the birdcage.
Oh, you can present it right now to him.
I am going to do that. Sir, this is where we present the glass. I must warn you, I firmly believe it. Only wise to trust men in white coats. Given your jet black outfit, I don't mind admitting to a trace of trepidation. You don't trust anyone in black. Looking in the mirror must be very trying. We have some evidence to prove the waxwork was inside that birdcage, namely, the broken glass!
Take that!
Hey look, the music stopped. What's that? A piece of glass? Though it's unusually thick for glass. Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket on the waxwork. As you say, it's not ordinary glass though. It's very thick and clearly made for extra strength. Much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower. Crystal Tower? Holy smoke! Exactly, the centerpiece of the Great Exhibition, where the very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdwell cage from above smashed through the window of that special glass. It's all the small piece originated, is that it? Precisely. So, what do you say? Now that clear evidence in support of the assertion has been placed before you? Well,
Oh,
as I said,
yeah,
I
okay.
only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say color shouldn't come into it. In light of what you have shown me here, yes, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter. In that case, juror number 4, will you amend your statement now, please?
Okay. It is worth pressing 3. It is worth pressing 3.
Fine, I'll listen to you. Sort of problems. Is this your juror, my friend? You gonna make me do everything around here?
Okay. Let's just say we have run into each other on numerous occasions while I've been out performing on the street.
Right, I see.
Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we work in close proximity to our audiences. So we perform our great magic in parks, on street corners, and the like. The police use any excuse to make our lives difficult.
Ah, I see what you mean.
Pursue that man! Pursue that man!
Pursue this man! Do you have something to say in response to that, Mr. Ottermole?
Who are you calling a mass murderer?
Huh? Sorry, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him.
I don't look anything like the man. You want to be locked up, Sonny?
Thanks, Mr. Sholmes. Perhaps we could move on. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what juror number 3 just said. And clearly, you do.
I'm impressed that gun has not gone off while he's been
I am
pointing
too.
it. Back in my day. Back in the good old days. It wasn't like this!
What was it like, sir?
We worked our fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust, we did. And by Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then. Respected you? No one would have called a coroner into question in them days. A coroner's report was the hallmark of an investigation done right. Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens put her name into it. See why I said it's worth it?
Yeah, I do.
She was the best of the best. And the apple of the force's eye.
Hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens?
Ah, sorry. Got a bit carried away there. Stevens is Dr. Scythe's maiden name.
Alright.
Of course, yes. Silly me. It's Scythe now, isn't it?
Stevens. I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere recently. Yeah, the report. The autopsy report.
Anyway, the point is, those were the great days of policing. Not like now.
Hasn't been updated yet.
No.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. Do you think you could change your statement to include that name?
Well, yes. I don't see why not. Okay, so I need to go back and actually press this juror number 4. I did this shit well out of order.
Well, now we can press the Courtney Stevens line.
Yeah, we can afterward.
Press it.
I literally just did.
Legendary, was she? What did you say? Huh? That woman is still the best coroner in the land. Head of the forensic investigation team. Legendary was your description, sir, not mine. Rubbish. That
word never passed my lips. I'd never describe anybody that way. Ever. Not if they were still in the game. Wait, huh?
I think the point you're trying to make is that Dr. Sefton is extremely talented coroner. Would that not be fair?
It would! If it weren't for the fact that you're trying to drag that legendary woman's reputation through the mud. There it is again.
I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that legendary. I'm a Press 5.
You're under 5.
Hold it!
No, we have not. Got to ask, why have you brought that corn into court with you? Colonel Cobb, he's been growing back on the farm. Picked him up on my way into town. He's a proper nibbler, see is? Yes, the nibbling seems to be taking quite a while. Maybe it couldn't wait until after the trial. Oh, I don't like the sound of that. Need kernels at the time like these. Whenever I submit big to decide, the kernels always point me in the right direction, see? Talking about your cob of corn? Nibble, nibble, guilty bobble. Nibble, not guilty, oh. Guilty bobble. Nibble, not guilty, oh. Nibble, 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 nobble, guilty bobble. Nibble, not guilty, oh. God damn it. God damn it.
You have put yourself in this loop. I don't think you're.
Perhaps it's akin to fortune telling the flower petals like people back home. Professor Herbern's fate is decided by a cob of corn. At least we have more time to find the truth before deciding on the victim's guilt. Ooh, I don't know about that. He comes awfully full already. Amazing.
Amazing.
Boo!
Boo!
Go! Oh, it stinks.
Okay, so I think we've established that if we need to pit anyone,
You need to pit Juror 4, it sounds like.
for sure.
Oh, hey, Commander Sarge. I'm gonna switch screen real quick.
Go for it.
How are you, Sarge? We're playing some Greatest Attorney 2 with my buddy Sergeant Hawk here. We are currently on trial number 3, part 3. In that case, you should see what additional information you got. Yeah, so we need to pit. We need to pit Juror 4. That's the big point.
Okay. I feel like we do need to try pitting Juror 6 with Juror number 2. Hear me
Why
out.
2?
Oh, surely the waxwork the man stole is nothing to do with the coroner, is it? The waxwork is of the professor. We have the evidence to
Oh,
prove
you're
that.
right. I see your point here. I'm a pit.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Doing pretty good.
I've got something.
Doing pretty good.
I've definitely got something on that one.
Just guitar playing. So yourself. Well, thanks for dropping in, Sarge.
Oh, right. Hey, he muted himself.
We're-
To speak.
I did not deafen because you have lines to speak, sir.
I'm aware. I was waiting on you, sir. Anyway, good gracious. To whose statements do you refer, Count?
So, juror number 2. Oh gosh, me? What can I do for you? Presume that you heard that what juror number 6 said in his statement. You took my taco this morning, Sarge. I see it. You don't want my throne of tacos.
What? Huh? Something about taco? What?
Don't
What
worry
did I
about
miss?
it. Don't worry about it.
What?
If you don't know, you don't know. Stay off my throne of tacos.
Nah, you ain't gonna have a throne by the time I'm done.
Sir, I have a throne. I just need it to be bigger. It's brought to light the maiden of the coroner, Dr. Scythe. That is true. I have double second place. It's fine. Sure, just reveal the connection that wasn't apparent before. Well, naturally, as a woman of society, I find such connections really irresistible. But oh golly, I'm afraid I failed to see what you mean. Yeah. Last I checked, yes, you are second place,
Okay.
Sarge.
Okay, I will be right back. I'm gonna need to use the restroom.
Alright, I will pick up your voices. Dr. Scythe's maiden name is Stevens.
It's just juror 1, 3, and 6.
1, 3, and 6, yeah, I know. Through the name, the coroner is very definitely the killer. Fence has evidence to prove it. Goodness, evidence, you say? Utterly enthralling. Counsel. The court cannot overlook that last remark. I must hope there's substance to your claim. Of course, my lord. I would ask the court to take a look at this. The evidence clearly links Dr. Smith the mesmer knows the professor. Killer's autopsy report! I have a certain autopsy report here from 10 years ago. A 10-year-old autopsy report? What relevance does that have? It is, of course, from the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork. The killer known as the professor. The professors? But the man was a capital offender, so... That's right. This is the certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives few details. But what's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens. Oh my, Courtney Stevens? Just in time for your lines. It appears the professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Seif 10 years ago. A few days ago, Mr. Trevor was deliberately stole the waxwork of the professor made from Madame Tuspel's. Waxwork that doesn't resemble the victim, Mr. Asman, at all. I'll just be lurking. Gonna see if I can. Well, good luck, Sarge. Do you suppose there's some unsafe relationship between those events? Absolutely. I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the professor case is at the heart of a link that we have yet to uncover. Between Dr. Courtney Seif and Mr. Enoch Trevor. Links, mysterious connections, secret relationships? It's almost extraordinary. Well, we're surely obliged now to explore this further.
We changed her mind, that's good.
Got one!
Quite right. We can't let this trial come to an end now. Not while there's this cloud of suspicion hanging over the yard's best coroner. It wasn't like this in my day. We're still here to uphold justice in the end.
I think after this summonation, I would like to take a quick ad break so I can get a snack.
Yeah, no argument here. Okay.
We need
what
to
do we have?
hit number 4 against either 5, 3, or 1. I don't think it's 1.
Yeah, I don't think
it's
one
3. Because we have evidence. The presence of the glass is a piece of evidence, and accusing someone right without evidence. Only thing I can see contradicting each other.
Objection!
Oh yeah, you're right on 5.
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. I mean, I sent it before you finished your statement.
Good gracious. To whose statements do you refer, counsel?
If you could put your corn down for a moment, juror number 5. Oh, you mean me? Pointed out that it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence. The accusation that the wax model was inside the second birdcage on the day of inspection is not without supporting evidence, as the defense demonstrated to the juror sitting beside you. Is that right? Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument? I don't understand much besides Colonel Cobb, to be honest. Why are you a juror? Of course you don't. If I could interject here. Please do, sir. Now that the assertion of yours about the waxwork has been backed up by some solid evidence, it would be wrong for me, as a man of science, not to pursue the matter further. We've split the room.
We have officially split the room.
Alright, well, me too then. Sorry? If this brainy gentleman says he's right, then he must be. See, I, wouldn't dream of going against Miss Colonel Cobb or anyone who's got stuff in brewing between the ears. Been funny if actually had some popcorn on it. We have flipped the vote! Success. If you can call it that.
Alright.
Thank you, counsel. That
Thank
will
you,
do.
counsel. That will do. As a result of the summation examination, the jury's overall leaning has changed. 2 jurors call guilty against 4 who call not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time. the trial must continue.
We did it. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Another wonderful victory.
Yeah. Waxwork of this despicable professor. Used as a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I must say, it's extremely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true. However, it would appear that it does at least warrant further investigation.
Waxwork, the professor that links Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe. I'm convinced that there's special significance to that link.
I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad. I really don't.
Truth, sir. By using evidence and testimony.
If the court is to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case, the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness.
Madam Two Spells.
The owner? Madame Tuspels.
Where's Misfit when we need her? I really thought Lord Van Zees would object to this whole line of inquiry.
Well, I concur. Make arrangements for Madame Tuspels to appear as a witness with immediate effect.
I'm kind of hoping we get a save point here. I'm guessing we're going to recess soon.
Like, I'm pretty sure we're going to recess, so we get a save point. Listen carefully, my learned friend.
Oh, yes?
You should know. You're on the brink of opening Pandora's box.
Oh, I know.
The court shall now adjourn for 45 minutes. During that time, the prosecution will summon the new witness and prepare her for taking the stand.
Boy.
Madame Tuspels, yes. I shall see to it at once, my lord. Stormtrooper.
Yep. Beat me to it. To be continued. After some commercial messages and a snack break.
Yep.
Current progress.
Hopefully that refreshes your... Hopefully that refreshes the misses for you.
Yeah.
Otherwise, this is going to be very awkward.
Oh, it's
later.
gonna be rough if it doesn't. All right, guys, including you. I'm gonna start a quick 3-minute ad break so that way there are no more pre-rolls for the rest of the stream. I'm also gonna go ahead and take like a total of 5 minutes to get some stacks. I recommend you all do the same as well. For those of you who have turbo and or subscriptions, enjoy the clips for the next 5 minutes or so. I will catch you guys on the flip side as we finish you up this case.
The Hawk in the Hat demands you all get food.
I do demand you all get food or a drink. Be good. Be better than me. I'm back, but I still have Cliff Bar I'm eating.
You're good. I grabbed a thing of Cheez-Its.
I need to grab another tea real quick, but
You're good. I
Well, at
mixed
least-
myself a robe. And I got a Luna with me. Hi, Luna. How you doing,
a
big
Luna.
girl? I had a Luna.
That's not your cat.
Yeah, no, she's not my cat, but she's still a sweet, pretty girl.
There we go. I got Ken back.
Okay. October 24th, 11:53 a.m. The Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber.
Thank you, system voice.
You're welcome. Ah, the Knight Errant himself.
Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes?
I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs. As a spectator, at least.
Glad you've been enjoying yourself.
I have to ask. What on earth is going on? It makes no sense. What's this professor business all about? He doesn't look like any professor I've ever met before. Who even is he?
Ah, of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago.
Yes, the professor. When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? My heart felt sympathies.
You peaked your mic, sir, when you laughed.
Whoops.
It's fine. It was funnier. You cut out when you were laughing.
Fair enough.
As it turns out, Lord Van Zeeks is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realized. Yes, how true. His great friend from university in the dock, and now a waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too.
I was the one in that shoal, but okay.
Yeah, but you didn't answer.
I imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man.
Make it sound deliberate. I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling.
Oh yes, in what particular manner?
Well, there's Mr. Drebber, Dr. Scythe, and Lord Van Zeeks. Everybody in the trial has a link to the case somehow.
Yes, in fact I alone am not a member of the set. Oh, that leaves me as an empty set, all alone with no intersection to any other. Excuse me.
Who do you think this is?
Oh, Dr. Scythe, never mind.
Aw, spoilers!
It was gonna be the next frame anyway. How was that a
I
spoiler?
wanted to play 20 questions.
We're already doing
Dr.
that in the
Scythe?
trial. Ah, Dr. Courtney Scythe. Miss Stevens. Good day to you.
Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you.
What in particular, pray?
You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you?
Oh, why would you assume such a thing?
Because Gregson told me. I think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory, wielding my scalpel, smelling of nothing but corpses and dysentery. A policeman on the jury has a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Scythe, and I've accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm hoping that you take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened. Oh, that certainly won't be possible. Lord Van Zeeks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Lord
Come again?
Strongheart. The Pandora's box that you are warned about. Professor Case. Please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. But attempting to hide the truth, that's cowardice. I've always fought crime in the way that I see fit. I have no regrets. None at all. That's all I came here to say. So, good day to you.
I smell a rat.
You mentioned it too. This Pandora's box. Whatever does it mean? Hang on 1 minute. I need to fix something.
All right.
I'm just realizing something.
I'll tell you it's one of my lines now. Next, if that helps out a little. There's really no cause for concern. I assure you, when the trial resumes, the meaning will become all too apparent, whether you'd like it to or not.
Huh?
Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits!
Oh, great. I have to recreate something real quick.
Oh no. Hold on. Did you delete my hat on accident?
No.
No. Okay.
Stream avatar's kinda broke.
Oh.
Yeah.
Are we sure it's not broken on my end? Not like it usually is in Discord?
No, it's more of... It got stuck behind your hat and you needed to pull it forward and it was on the wrong seam.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much.
Ah, yes. One word of warning before I go. If, in the course of this trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone.
You know, like Hound of the Baskervilles? Yes, I'm dragging this back into it.
Motherfucker, that actually... I wouldn't be surprised if... God damn, I'll explain in the intermediate part. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass.
Alright, I understand. Thank you.
Good. I shall make myself scarce then. First, I must have ball of caramel earlier, so I shall be gnawing on that as you gnaw away at the truth.
Schultz caramel. It's great. It's even his own brand.
Okay, so it's funny you mentioned the Hound of the Baskervilles because that got me thinking. This is probably the professor was probably the main antagonist of that.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. I wonder what that warning from Mr. Schultz really mean. I wonder. Especially a bit about whatever may come to pass. We're gonna open Pandora's box. It always happens.
We don't have a choice on that one.
It's time for the final chapter then. Determined to find the truth. No matter what.
Popping open my thing of Cheez-Its. They
Alright, system voice, I'm gonna grab a tea.
Alright. October 24th, near 12:40 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Dun, dun.
Alright, I have returned the tea.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready and able to continue? Prosecution is ready, my lord.
Stormtrooper. Yes, my lord.
Stormtrooper.
The defense is also ready.
As the court is aware, The case under our scrutiny began with a damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectation, as seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nipponese is involved, my lord.
Ouch.
Not wrong.
How are the gamers doing? We're doing all right. We're on pace.
We had a close call.
Yeah, we had a close call. But as long
Also
as
due to my fuck up, but
yeah.
we had a close call.
Yeah, your fuck up. You're the one who changed my mind. That's on you. You're lucky we had one spare strike.
And we're lucky I tested the waters first.
Yeah, even though I didn't listen to you say yes, do it, and I just fucking sent it.
That's par for the course with you, though.
It is, and I love it. All right.
Judge is next. So then, let us begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the waxwork was coordinately involved in this pattern.
I mean, Skull, if you want to hop in and voice act, the more the merrier with these kind of games.
Is he even in this Discord?
No, but I can send him an invite. I think I was just gonna make him a guest for temporary.
Yeah, that works.
Just waiting. I'm just gonna offer him. This is your line, dude.
I'm aware. I was checking to see if he was in the Discord first. Oh, he's currently editing. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Lord Van Zieks. My lord? Are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Tuspels?
Two spells.
Two spells.
Is this a joke on Suzel's, or basically the people who actually do own the wax in Britain?
Not at all. She is in the antechamber as we speak and ready to be summoned. Very well. We'll bring in the witness.
That's more than welcome. If you use the lurk command, you can get a cool hat like Hawk's got there, as he won't get out of the goddamn hat.
This hat is comfy, and you can't tell me otherwise.
I will take the hat away. Don't make me.
I know you are, but keep in mind, I said it would poke my head out. Nothing more.
You have lost hat privileges.
No!
Fine. Have it back.
Thank you.
Oh, cool. He has found a hat.
Yeah, he's found a hat. Indeed.
All right. We'll bring in the witness. I think you already said that, but fine.
At once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame Tuspels to the sand.
Things are about to become a lot more intense. I love this 3D angle. Trevor is responsible. I'm sure he is. He must have had an accomplice in Dr. Scythe. What connects the pair of them is the waxwork. Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. A continuous link, admittedly. At present, it's all we have to go on.
State your name and occupation for the court, please.
But why can't we have Misfit and Call for this? This would be perfect for her.
It probably would be, yeah.
She's doing VR chat.
She's doing VR chat stuff right now? No point in bothering her.
No point in bothering her. As much as I'd love to drag her in. I think she's just hiding in her Discord.
Yeah, maybe.
She's in a VR by herself. Anyways, back to the game at hand. My name is Madame Esmeralda Tuspels. I'm a waxwork artisan. The proprieties of Madame Tuspels' Museum of Waxwork. You'll have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon. Is that?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's Schultz.
No, I thought it was...
Look at it again.
Oh god, it is Sholmes.
That is 100% Sholmes, sir.
Because he will keep leaving his post.
Yep. It's just like, your services will no longer be required. Although, well, probably he already received payment, so she's just like, I'm gonna need to make one.
So he finally gets a statue, does he? Now there are gonna be 2 of them in the world. My, what expression she's carving into that face.
A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this?
Oui, that is true. First, we believed it had been kidnapped.
A waxwork model? Kidnapped? I'm gonna be on mute for a sec.
Okay. Yes, my lord. There was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I have just been told outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim. At present, there's no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Odiasman. But of course, I know him well. He's a part of my odious personages exhibit. Test to say what is evident, Mr. Asman does not resemble the professor at all. Yes, but perhaps their faces were very similar. Are you suggesting that we should see now the masked visage of the professor? I have here the key, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock. Good.
This is absurd.
Just in time. Pardon?
I don't know what face you've carved onto that fancy figure beneath that mask. But clearly it won't be that of the actual killer. Indeed. The man's identity was never made public after all. The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret. There is no possible way that a repository of tawdry exhibits could get its hands on that information.
Quel dommage. It would seem you are unaware of the two spells' principles. What principles? The family to spells has always prided itself on sculpting its models à la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity, et voilà our principles. There's a well-known legend about the two spells waxworks from the time of the French Revolution. A member of the two spells family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed. Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now. I believe the queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine site.
Marie Antoinette?
Yeah, that's what they're getting at. You are correct. The model is on display still today in the House of Horrors. Future spells will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of one of our subjects.
Give me a somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose.
It is the only way to obtain truly lifelike representation of the subject. It has been a family secret for generations. Do you mean to say that beneath the mask, the true visage of the killer is there?
This is ludicrous. It's out of the question!
Professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Tuspel's special exhibit on Main Street is extremely popular even today. The killer emerging from his own grave is a sight to behold. You should come. For only a mere 5 shillings, you may view the waxwork.
I think, madame, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on this matter. You will explain every detail of this macabre model and your personal involvement in its creation.
Yet we're not having her open the mask. With pleasure.
It's been forbidden. I wouldn't be surprised if her family was put under contract of, you can get at the information on his person and for a physical recreation, but the face must not be visible at all to the public.
The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with the spell's family principles. I enlisted in the aid of a gravedigger and created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered. Or, you could just deface graves. That works too.
The gravedigger! The man sanctioned this!
I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family is celebrated for. Wait! We have our link. We have just tied everything together.
We know.
Because Drebber is the gravedigger.
Yep.
God, now we just have to piece it all together. We know what our link is. We gotta find the key. Nobody else knew. Only the gravedigger.
What do you mean we gotta find the key? She has it.
Fuck off.
So you truly saw it. The face of that monster.
Naturally, I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret. But spells would not be spells if we did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures.
I don't believe this. I myself have seen the special exhibit at your museum, madame. A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave.
The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time. Whoa. Hey, look!
Holy shit.
Whose name's at the caption of the picture? Mr. Drebber's Dreadful Encounter, and it's got Asmund's signature on it.
Oh, holy fuck, this goes back further than just, Okay, so...
Didn't he say he only just met Asmund not too long ago?
Harebrain only met Asmund and Drebber a year ago.
Okay, so Asmund's known Drebber. Okay.
Asmund's known Drebber at least 10 years.
Yes,
if this is to be trusted.
That, or it's just Asmund reporting Drebber, and that's when they first met.
Possibly, which is why I say at least 10 years. There's possibly more for dependent.
It was the most detailed account of what happened, as reported by the eyewitness who saw it. A 10-year-old article has been entered into the court record. I am hitting that R button as fast as I fucking can.
I'm spamming it.
Alright, 10-year article. Oh, it's just a picture. Man rises from the grave, executed criminal returns in the dead of night in a local cemetery. Logan Cemetery, just behind the prison. On the night of the foul demon's execution, a newly interred professor forced off his grave cover as he clawed free of the earth. The young man who witnessed the scene was on the verge of raising a shriek when in the next second, gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. The youth then finally released the scream he had been holding and ran for his life. The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of the science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms. Drebber knows Van Zeeks and Harebrain.
One other thing, though.
Yeah?
Oh, someone else probably had to have known, because I don't think Tusples would mention there being a gunshot.
Yes, I agree. I think there's one more person involved in this. The question is it Van Zeeks?
Possibly, I don't know.
And if it is, which one? Oh, it would have to be...
His brother was already murdered at that point.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking, yeah. It'd have to be him. Okay. Alright.
We'll just see how far this rabbit hole goes down before we start chasing ghosts that aren't there.
You almost say we're going on a ghost hunt. Come on, the horror of that joke wasn't terrible.
Spirit me out of this call, please.
Okay, you insist.
You know what? Nah, I'll see myself out.
And he's back. He didn't miss me that badly then.
All right, done with the bit. Anyway.
I just made your react disappear on screen was all.
Fair. You didn't get rid of the hat, did you?
I can take it away if you want.
No, we keep that bit going.
The hat is back.
The hat can stay. That bit is funny. For sure. Especially what led up to it. Anyway. Man rises from the grave. It's too absurd for words.
Public enjoy absurdity, monsieur. That is why I've reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum. And it's a waxwork from the exhibit was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it? That is correct. The professor you see before you here.
Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense. Proceed with the cross-examination.
This waxwork links Drebber to Dr. Scythe. There has to be some reason for that, which hasn't come yet to light. But I'll find it. To the bottom of what really happened. I'll bring Dr. Scythe and Drebber. We're in on this crime together. The tangent we're really going down on, man.
Yep.
Professor Waxwork.
Okay, our chances have refreshed. So
Sweet. Woo!
That was gonna be dicey.
Oh yeah. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked the society in London. Oh wait, this is cross-examination. We already looked at this. I don't have to read everything off. So, another thing I remember is there are visual cues.
Okay, so here's the thing.
I would like
The
to
last
press 4
three
just
things-
based off the visual cue.
Yeah, the last three I definitely want to press for sure.
Okay.
I'm not entirely sure on 2. I don't see the need to press on 1.
I honestly think 3 is fine. I definitely want to press 4.
Okay, so we're sure that the... Wait a minute, would Drebber have been working as a gravekeeper?
That's
Or you
what I
figured during
want
that
to
time?
find out. Because if we look at the article,
Uh-huh.
it says, look at the article on the left-hand side.
Yeah.
Behind the grave cover was removed. The young man who witnessed the scene was on the verge of raising a shriek when, in the next second, a gunshot rang out from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, and then whose breath was stilled once more. The man finally reached the screen. The university student who experienced the shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber. So we can establish that he is the gravekeeper off of that. Alright, pressing 3.
Yeah, the thing is...
Surely that's illegal, isn't it? Seeing that the proprietress of this... Oh, this is you.
It would seem that the proprietress of this repository of novelties was blinded by monetary greed.
Had nothing to do with money. The man is part of London's criminal history. That is why I had to sculpt him to record this history. It's the raison d'etre of the Tuspels Museum. If the man was convicted in a closed court, it's an immediate execution. Surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present know the true identity. I assure you, behind that mask is hidden the true face of the professor.
Do you realize what you're saying? The professor's identity is a national secret.
I understand. And now that the truth about the special exhibit has been revealed, I must perhaps close.
Of course it will. As will your entire museum if you don't tread very carefully, madame.
be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think, don't you? So 10 years ago, on the night of the professor's execution, you took a wax impression on his face from the corpse? Exactament. Yeah, see, I didn't think we were gonna get anything off the third statement. Pressing
Hold it!
Alright.
You were there longer than you expected to be. I had some difficulties capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open and I had some problems with the chin. Dare I ask? The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing and consequently his chin would not align itself correctly. Yeah, what a horrible thought. Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night, I was alone. As a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time. Do you mean? When I take the impressions of the visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death. Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant? Because of the rigor mortis. Rigor mortis? It's the name given to a phenomenon that occurs in recent deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. This fact is often used to estimate the time of death when the body is discovered. Well, that was an education, if slightly scary one. As the Mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, and it starts in the jaw. I see.
I see. Well, that's why you wait.
Before that time, the mouth falls open, and it's very difficult to do my work. It's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. What about that information the course just heard from ManintehHat? It's significant, because it helps with the time and death. Rigor mortis you just shared with us. Would you mind including it in the formal testimony? Of course, I do not mind at all. I can't help feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave. Well, that's it, my friends. I hope you all had a good stream.
Yep, bye-bye!
Not that terrible.
We gotta commit to the bit, though. Come on.
That is true. No, it's not worth doing more than the full transition.
Actually, this is one of those few times where I can have Discord on a second screen.
Oops. Didn't mean to do it. I promise I did not mean to do it a second time. I meant to fix something.
I believe him. What about the rest of you?
No, nobody believes me around here anyway. Not even myself.
Trust no one, not even yourself.
Correct. All right. This is no time for jokes, Mephisto. And,
kindly amend your testimony as discussed.
Piensa? In a very long time because before the onset of rigor mortis. Do we want to press this or is this relevant enough? Because it was kind of explained in the press already.
Something else might turn up on that one.
I'm thinking so too. I just want to look at the autopsy report. So we know it's between midnight and 3 a.m. Based off rigor mortis. Alright, let's see if we can find anything new. Rigor mortis being the phenomenon you described whereby the corpse becomes stiff after death. I think you said that it starts at the jaw, about 3 hours post-death. Oui, c'est ça. Of course, the exact duration depends a little on the season. realized a waxwork artisan would be so well versed in the subject. A nun, that's only elementary knowledge in the field of legal medicine. I had no idea about it, but I admit to my ignorance about forensic science. I could ask my father to give you a very simple primer if you'd like. I think corpses should be your domain. I'm not good with them. Oh dear, I'll do my very best.
Nothing else really popped up from that. So
I did not mean to press A. All I have to do.
I'm gonna have to press the last one.
Yeah, that's what I want to do. It's really true. Professor's the only other thing we know that links the pair of them, so I feel sure that the waxwork must be a clue to this mystery. Okay, so it's cross-examination and cover exactly what it means. Otherwise, the jurors are sure to revert their leanings. The trial will be over. Yeah, I agree. Interesting. Remembering what the professor has to do with all this means more to Lord Van Zeek's than me. That's the impression I'm getting anyway. After all, he has a profound connection to the professor as well.
Okay, so you're gonna want to go back and press. That's the 5th option.
Oh, really? It's almost like I wanted to anyway.
There's a reason for it. Trust
Say
me.
the dawn was approaching? What's the time of day then, approximately? I could not say. When I had left the cemetery with my utensils in wax, the morning light was becoming. His execution took place on June, which had the earliest sunrise of the year. Indeed it did. The first light would have been at around 4:40 in the morning.
Oh, that's me not paying attention. My bad.
It is early. Fact is, I had very little time, so I finished my work in half an hour. It was necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before daybreak, of course. If they had discovered me there, it would have been a catastrophe, so I had to hurry. Is it me, or does Mr. Sholmes seem to be taking his shape more quickly now, too?
You certainly appear to go to extraordinary lengths for your work, madame.
Yes, it is.
Yep.
From those details, so once you complete sculpture and right. Okay. Of course, do it like we do. Intriguing. Sunrise at 4 in the morning? Absolutely unimaginable at home, wouldn't it? It's not quite what I meant by significant. Kindly
amend your formal testimony then, madame.
Yep. Pleasure, my lord. Finish my work in half an hour before sunrise. Then rigor mortis would be relevant.
Yeah, I'm pressing it.
Hold it!
On the off chance there's
I'm
something
pressing it
there,
too. Reasonably, you might be discovered once the sunrise. Well, just got back from the Yu-Gi-Oh tournament. I got 4th place with blue eyes. God. I forget how crazy
He's
those
back.
locals are. He's not a Gallite, it bothers me. He's a Polytoad. Bothers me, it bothers me. It bothers me a lot.
And that one's still green!
It's fitting because it's the Polytoad.
You can say the Polytoad for a little bit. Not my choice, anyway.
Yeah, he has to change it anyway. Do you have a reason to believe that maybe discovered came up with something? I paid the grave digger money to keep my little secret, of course. But with the morning light, I knew that the warden from the prison would commence his patrol of the area. You've just paid off the warden too, then? I had already paid the grave digger, as I said. Not by the silence of everyone, but the secret is no longer a secret, huh?
Sunrise was at 4:40 a.m. that day, which means that it would have been around 4 when you began your sculpting.
That's after rigor mortis would have taken effect. That must be correct, and the grave digger gave me signal from hiding. We need to present something. We're getting the same thing as the first time around. Because the onset of rigor mortis means it would be between 3 and midnight.
Press
But
the first option just in case there's something there.
I don't think there is. Anything could be the second statement. But I don't think we're gonna learn anything from it. So I think we need to present the autopsy report somewhere. And I'm leaning towards the last statement. Because this is the statement that we said that there was a half hour before sunrise, but it would have been after rigor mortis. This is my stream, I have the rules, fuck you.
Objection!
Nope.
Music didn't stop. Damn it. Yeah, no shit. I feel like we're missing something. Also, his hair's brown in this point before it became white too. We need to present the. Oh, hey, look, he's a Galite now.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah, didn't take him long.
Near steel.
At this point, do we just need to present the picture? I still think it's an autopsy report.
Okay, what did you present the autopsy report to?
Statement 5.
I'll try it on statement 4 real quick, see if it bites.
Alright, we send it.
Objection!
Yeah, music stopped.
Yep, 4.
Madame Susbels, I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows. Is that the problem? I believe it is, because your testimony, in particular detail in the report, completely contradicts one another. Wait?
Are you
What?
going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend?
According to her testimony, Madame Tuspels was creating her wax impression just before dawn, and at that time, rigor mortis had not set in. Am I correct so far, Madame? You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis, 3 hours after death. The man's chin was limp, so he could not have been dead for a long time. But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Seitz's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th of June.
No!
The professor indeed died at midnight that day, and by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would have already set in. Oui, yes, you are right. The chin would have been completely stiff. In other words, this report is wrong.
Objection!
Objection! No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd.
In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time.
Impossible!
That also means that the professor may not be dead.
He was shot immediately after, so...
Touché.
Oh...
Double order of fries?
Order! Order! Council, this is beyond folly. Not only do you indict the author of the report, Dr. Scythe, but you also implicate members of staff at Barclay Prison where the execution took place? By heck! Extraordinary! Not today! Objection! My My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact.
I love that it hit every single one of your jurors.
Fuck you. Fuck you, you talk for a bit.
What fact?
The professor died that night, without question.
Did? Of course he did. I moved the man's limp jaw with my own hands. There was no objection. Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows?
Didn't die it. Are you insane?
Now we can present the news article.
What? What exactly are you suggesting did happen in that case?
Because it says here, the bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, and in whose breath, went stilled once more. It's almost impossible to believe, but this would explain the link between Dr. Scythe, the professor, and the one other person of interest. We're gonna present the news article here.
Council, present the evidence at once. The evidence that allegedly explains what really happened on the night of the professor's execution.
Take that!
The article. What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery.
You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now?
Well, this article is to be believed, yes. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again.
Objection!
Objection! Don't be a fool! It's simply a rumor published by the gutter press.
Can you be certain of that?
Are you serious?
Point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened.
My word, yes indeed!
Massily, the young man who stole into the cemetery by chance that night.
Objection!
Objection! Of course there was a witness. The story didn't write itself. Obviously the man made it all up. And in any case, this was 10 years ago now. There would surely be no hope of finding him.
But sir, or your honor, he's in this very courtroom. Objection? On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness well.
What? Are you suggesting, counsel, that you've identified the person in question? That you know who claims to have seen these utterly incredible events take place?
Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say that he's right here before my very eyes.
You will substantiate your latest claim now then, counsel. Who is the alleged witness of the staggering scene from the cemetery 10 years ago? Okay, we don't have to play coy with this one.
No, we don't. Right there in the image. The man in question is Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Drebber? The previous witness?
A special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. Condemned criminal emerging from the grave. Beside the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon a terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Drebber. Oh, this is getting good.
Oh, this is getting really good.
I might be granting overtime for this stream. A
wouldn't
triple
have
order of fries.
Order! 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 I will have order! Sorry, I had to let the inner juggling.
No, you're fine.
Surely not, surely not, counsel. Trevor was there. In Lowgate Cemetery?
What is this all about, Mr. Drebber? Is the name significant? Of course, Madame Tuspels doesn't know, does she? Yes, it's extremely significant, madam. To your situation as well, in fact. What situation? The theft of the professor's waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man. None! But that would mean...
Madam Justice. It appear you know the name Enoch Trevor.
We? Yes, I know it. But from long ago in the past. What? Oh my.
Good gracious!
Oh yeah!
Explain yourself! Tell us everything you know!
Well, I can't just throw the Kool-Aid Man in this mess.
Someone's gotta play straight man to all this shit.
Yeah, damn right. Yes, of course. Story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago. It was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed. That is, apart from one newspaper. Daily Circus. It is the paper from which comes the article I have already shown the court, saying that his full name was only published in that article.
Goodness me. Yes, here it is! The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Trevor, a disciple of science at the University of London, and a resident of its student dorms.
You know, where Harebrained studied and Van Zeke studied, and where students at and in the dorms. Unbelievable! When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit in my house of horrors, whenever it was the truth or not.
I see. So you went to meet Mr. Trevor in order to sculpt a waxwork of the man, did you?
Exactamente. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork. Since that time, it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of the terror from the cemetery. Flashbang. Flashbang. Flashbang.
My eyes can't take much more of
Flashbang. So, 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he had witnessed. A criminal who had been put to death, re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today. And though the waxwork's build is a poor match for the victim, his face obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to 3 days ago. The birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. The birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Asmund, but the same waxwork. The coroner from Scotland Yard to investigate, Dr. Scythe would have noticed immediately. And yet, she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court has seen earlier. Why?
Because the waxwork was that of the professor. Is that what you're saying?
Dr. Scythe put her name to a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Trevor. That misconduct was a deadly secret to the coroner, who would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Trevor used that particular waxwork as the body double. My lord,
Stormtrooper?
this must summon Dr. Scythe to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Trevor are connected.
According to the missive I received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Scythe is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case?
She told us so herself, didn't she? Lord Van Zeeks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden. Lord Strongheart? Pandora's box you were warned about? Is the professor's case? Please don't make a mistake if you'll get any information about it. Something happened on the night of that killer's execution 10 years ago. Surely nobody would want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Van Zeeks.
The prosecution calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped.
Good. I like Van Zeeks.
What Lord Van Zeeks? The missive was issued from the Lord Chief Justice's office. Objection! The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial.
Hell yeah, sliding policy.
In other words, me.
Yes.
Let Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe both take the stand together.
I love it when we get to use policy against the goddamn policy writer. It feels so good.
Order! 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 Very well. I will uphold your request.
How many orders of fries do you want, Judge?
All of them! Bailiff, send a subpoena with immediate effect, addressed to Dr. Scythe of the Forensic Investigation Team. The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders. Oh
All right,
shit, there's no getting out of those.
Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime could have never been committed. I'm just a stone's throw away. I can feel it. The truth behind all of this is about to come out. Oh, we get all three on the stand.
Hospital's still doing that.
Yeah, I got the spells. This is you, bud.
I have a mouthful of Cheez-Its, dude.
Don't make me take your hat away.
Alright, fine. Thank you for your attendance at such short notice, Dr. Scythe.
I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Zeeks. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office.
Betrayal is not in my nature. As long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, there's even a hint of wrongdoing. And no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt.
Mr. Drebber, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. Dr. Scythe, as the investigating coroner, you were first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is belief of the defense. You collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime. Where's your evidence? At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have very significant clue. What are you talking about? I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. This model of the killer known as the Professor was sentenced to death 10 years ago. You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes and officially pronounced him dead. Remains to be seen. Is that so? According to the newspaper reports at the time, on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life. Just don't waste my time. And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it? What you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction, but reality. It would make you privy to the great secret of Dr. Scythe's. A secret so profound, it would compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. Speechless. Mr. Drebber, tell the court, Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in the Lowgate Cemetery.
Has he been in standby mode?
Yes.
Hold the whole time.
Yes, he's in sleep mode. Tell me wrong. See the resemblance. Really, he's not going to claim what really he saw, especially not after all these years. He was a research student at the University of London, was he? A bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me. Gah, gah, gah. What an interesting twist. Hmm? When at that time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet now here we are, 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters, and a court of law too. Very well then, if everyone so wishes. Let's be frank, I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth.
Just remember, Drebber, you're in scalpel range.
Yes, that is true. And again, he has no flesh, he's a robot.
Yeah. So, Mr. Drebber, your testimony, please, about the events of that night 10 years ago. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery.
Yes, of course, as you wish. Witness testimony. In the cemetery 10 years earlier. The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say. Yes, the illustration in that article was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realized that I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model from wax. Then I gave up my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. Wait a minute. You're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now? Ain't that convenient? Of course, you'd have to have a screw loose if you believe a corpse would come back from the dead. But, so you're saying this article is not worth the paper it's printed on? I think that would describe it perfectly, yes. Details in the article aren't true. Nullifies your argument for why Mr. Trevor and Dr. Sack discrediting himself to cripple my argument.
Tell me, witness. You claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate?
That's right, grave robbing, to be precise. As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So among students at the university, it had a reputation for being haunted by the ghost of condemned convicts.
Grave robbing, you say?
Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. Of course, I never laid a finger on valuables buried with the dead.
So you were one of the so-called resurrectionists. Particularly unpleasant scourge on society.
Actually, my fellows and I went by another name. The Repurposers.
That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir.
Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. It was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me ambiguously, I might add. I see.
Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article?
Ah yes, that was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene. Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I had done. Claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish, very foolish.
Well, counsel for the defense. You may proceed to the cross-examination now.
At once, my lord.
Stormtrooper. Probably gonna have to give this at least another hour.
I mean, Tomorrow's, we literally start an hour early on Mondays, so just going an extra hour is like ending a normal time tomorrow. I'm completely okay with giving this another hour.
Okay, how to approach this one?
Well, we know that he was, yes, he was at Lowgate Cemetery all 10 years ago. That is true. I don't see a reason to press this. The illustration in the newspaper is based on what I witnessed tonight. That builds off the first statement. I don't see any reason to press that.
Third one I'll call bullshit.
I call bullshit, and I do agree to press.
Hold it!
What are you talking about? I think I explained already, didn't I? Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison, so it was renowned among us students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night, and as a result, only too willing to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life. You said you actually saw it. I said what I had seen in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You have to be unhinged to think of otherwise. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night. I agree, I don't know, do we? We can't use the 10-year-old article. This is all about the article. Reason for evidence. It's your Ouroboros. I feel like the camera's gonna become relevant soon, but I don't see any evidence at this time. Backtracking stuff. Point is, the night was a pivotal moment in my life. That literally tells us if we get evidence, we need to present it on film.
Hold it!
Press 4. I know this is true, but that young woman being managed to spells like this. Precisely. I must say, I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later. As I have explained, I went by the name published in that article. Ka on the man. Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said. It was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me. Hey, Van Zeeks.
So you readily consented to having a waxwork of yourself made and gave permission for it to be put on display.
I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded. Ah, oui, I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day, that Nessun's pa. The camera! Did you? I can't say I remember. Was it, madame? His camera. Ah. Oh yes, I made a point of taking it with me wherever I made an excursion to any cemetery.
You took a camera with you, sir? To what end?
To record the details of the bodies I disinterred. But I had no intention of ever visiting a graveyard again after that night, so I sold it.
I see.
But I still have it, monsieur. It is part of the special exhibit in my House of Horrors. Very meticulous about such details. It is the two spells way. It would seem then that this is the very camera that Mr. Trevor took with him to vote.
Oh, camera got updated. Let's f***ing go.
Did it? Oh, hell yeah. Sweet. So we can just present the camera on free.
Already on it.
Wait, yeah, I'm a little bit behind you, but I'm gonna do this.
Huh? Oh, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it.
Don't do it?
Yeah, no, I'm getting... Yeah, no, I got the stopped me. I got the still going music. Heck, and I just lost one. One chance.
Press 5, I guess. article, you mean? Published in the Daily Circus? Yes, somebody informed the dean that it was my name that appeared in the article. Carelessly let slip that night after night I was digging up graves. Hardly a model student, you might say. The university's reputation was incredibly defiled, and I was expelled as a result. Mondeo, I had no idea.
And having been run out of the university, you found employment in a somewhat specialist trade.
Combined your knowledge of science with your knowledge of stage magic. Create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never-before-seen technology. And you use those deceptive machines to trick the government and private investors into Professor Albert Harebrain was your latest victim, wasn't he? Whatever are you talking about? I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort. I'm guessing we need to press 1 and 2. There might be some, like, pursuit moments we need to look through. You missed having years ago. Supposed to see sacrifice of course. Trevor and Scythe are working together now. If Trevor were to betray her, there would be no reason to cooperate. In that case, around it, I'll have to prove he really did see it. Really did see it. His corpse come from back to dead he was. Exactly, yep.
Yeah, I started with pressing 1 just to give us something to work with here.
Moonlighting, you mean grave robbing, don't you? Surely you'd only need to look at the graveyard scene in my appearance to gauge the answer like that.
Lantern and spade.
Who on earth would want to buy a dead body? A major hospital. Hospital? In order to better understand the human body, the study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. There isn't a hospital in the world that has enough specimens. Though obviously they can't open these more by dubious means. As expiring scientists, the sweet young research students had no money to work with, as I'm sure you can imagine. We made surreptitious arrangements with the hospital via some of our medical student acquaintances. Would never take anything of value from the graves. That was all for the furtherance of science, you see. That's what we told ourselves every time we stole into the graveyard at night, spade in hand.
You realize body snatching is a serious crime. If you are caught, you could expect the gravest of consequences.
Gravest.
Really?
Yeah. We students were caught between the hammer and the anvil. We needed funds for research. Professor Fairbrain said exactly the same.
I'm quite speechless at the apparent levity with which you've revealed this abhorrent behavior.
Well, if you wanted to know why I was at Lowgate Cemetery, that's the reason. But I never expected it to end the way it did. Did I regret to this day? Pressing 2.
Really
Hold it!
Yep.
Strange happening at Lowgate Cemetery, which you now deny. Not entirely. I ran to fetch the police at the time. You know, I was shaking like a leaf. But they didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I was very nearly arrested myself. So went to the papers instead? I started big with the London News, but unsurprisingly, they didn't want to know. In the end, though, it was reporters from the gossip rags that got across to get my story. Spread like the plague through the capital as a gossip-hungry Londoners lapped up the tale.
The story was in every single paper at the time, with the exception of some broadsheets.
And yet, only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. Most of the accounts turned out to be very interpretive ghost stories. What about the article in the Daily Circus? That particular journalist found me at my dormitory. I don't know how, but he discovered my name. I recounted to him exactly what had happened that night. And from your description, he drew this illustration. Precisely, that's how I learned that the condemned man was the infamous professor. Because the reporter told me so. I had no idea myself, you see.
Newspaper reporters are wont to snoop around in matters that don't concern them. So the scene portrayed in the illustration is accurate then?
Well, we didn't get any pursuit moments on this. So,
No, we didn't.
None.
Oh,
Thanks, Blazing.
Blazing's timing himself up?
Yes.
Alright.
How nice of them. I totally did not steal that from Moon's channel whatsoever.
Alright. Something that can prove it.
Well, it's gotta be the camera. The question is on what? Hey, Blazing did not get timed out. So that's not working.
Interesting.
Look at...
We'll check that.
This says one time out. Oh, only for 15 seconds. I'll have to fix that. Thank you. Hope you enjoyed your nice timeout, Blazing. Have to fix it for you. What happens if we re-examine the camera now that's been updated?
Not maybe one new quip about the back of it?
Blood's still checked off, the back of it's still checked off.
Yeah, that's the new quip there.
It goes to... Yes, that's right.
Well, I think we can rule out anything regarding the current murder itself. Very obvious.
Yeah. Right now, we're down the rabbit hole of...
And the thing is, the reporter's name, it's gotta be Osmond.
Yes, based off the picture,
You
yes.
can't,
That is ODS.
no one can slip. Yeah, we can't slip. There's no way we can ignore that, but that'll come later, most likely. There's got to be some.
There is something we gotta be overlooking. I really... Wait. Repress 3. Present the camera in it.
Did we even get the option to?
We did. And I'm like, wait, we don't have all the evidence yet. We can't present. We now do have the camera we can present. Because now it's been updated after pressing the fourth statement.
Yeah, no, it didn't even give me the option to. In that.
Oh, you're right.
Okay, we're...
So we now know we need to present the camera. The question is where?
It could also be we need to present something to that also proves that isn't the camera. I just can't think of what.
So let's look over it. So from this, say, trial B, we have the camera, the trophy, basically anything tied to Trevor. So we've got the picture of Trevor, which is newer than the trial, so we shouldn't worry about it. We have the camera, which has ties to him, and it has blood, and said it was used on the night. We have a science trophy.
The only thing about it that's examinable is the plaque on it.
Yeah. The killer autopsy report, which we know was done by Scythe.
So that's out.
We have Trevor's contract from now on. We have the 10-year-old article.
We can't present the article, and well,
I mean, like, hard, but the picture.
I'll see what it can. Oh, present the article. Present the article. Present the article.
The picture on it. That's exactly what I was thinking. Like, the article's got the camera in the picture.
Objection!
So I'm like, wait. Sorry, Mr. Trevor, but I don't
I hit the
believe
button on a whim, and it worked.
Yeah. Don't believe what? Your latest claim. You did see the professor on that night 10 years ago. Oh dear, we seem to be at odds, but I was there and you were not, and I know what I did and said. The illustration in this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalist that you witnessed. A figure emerging from a tomb wearing an iron mask.
Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago.
Yes,
It was
Sad Moon
decided
was
in the
fact sad.
lowest
I
court's
feel
ruling
bad
that the
for
man
her.
would wear the mask to hide his identity.
It was addressing that. I know exactly what's
It
going
wasn't
on.
to be. It wasn't to be removed even during his execution and subsequent burial. Not even the prison wardens were to see the man's face. But obviously, the provision of this mask was not public knowledge.
So, Mr. Drebber, as we've just heard, good. A lowly student of the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about the condemned man's mask. So unless you've actually seen the professor that night, it's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in that illustration. Alright.
Order! Order!
Only 2
Well,
orders
Mr.
for
Drebber.
us?
Yes.
I
I need
guess-
my sodium and carb intake, man.
It's a vile scene, isn't it? If you look closely. And as I've said already, it has been pains to point out, I was utterly petrified. Which is why I had it in my head that I had seen such a blood-curdling sight. But at the worst, I came to my senses and realized that I'd been mistaken. You're still saying you didn't see it.
If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you.
Of course, of course. Only too happy to oblige. Still not going to concede them. What I in fact witnessed was a fellow grave robber at work.
Oh, that's bullshit!
Not even going to press. Should've said, damn it. I wish
you
I
probably
did.
should have.
Alright, back to pressing.
You should have.
I should have, but I was so
You can't blame me
confident.
for that one. You can't blame me for that one,
I
motherfucker.
can't.
Hold it!
I wanted it so badly. Grave robber? What are you talking about? Oh, I wasn't the only busy in this. I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night. You know, other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he dug, my heart nearly stopped. At one. That's the terrifying sight I actually saw, you see.
You're claiming it was just another student done equally in that's all grievous business as yourself.
Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections. Clearly the fellow was using such a mask to protect his immunity. Wouldn't you say?
Objection!
There's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, the next second, gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. Bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, who breathed and stilled once more.
We might assume that the sexton discovered the miscreants at work, and perhaps fired upon one of them.
If a grave digger had sought somebody in the cemetery, I wouldn't think it may have been rather big news.
Yes, well,
I can only assume it was an embellishment bolted on later by the reporter.
oh, hold it!
Excuse me!
Excuse me, Madame Tuspels. Madame Tuspels. Don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes. He looks very dashing. Oh la la, pardon. I was lost in my thoughts. Would it be fair to say that Mr. Drebber's last remark was significant to you in some way? I thought it was a little strange, that is all. How Monsieur Drebber would claim this now? If you don't mind me saying, madame, what are you talking about? Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, none? Including the gunshot? Stop. You might want to watch your tongue, you know.
Objection!
Objection! Have a care, Drebber. That's no way to speak to a lady.
Ah, a man with manners. Grr. Please, Madam to Spells, carry on. Of course. According to what Munsa Drebber told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him. The bullet hit the condemned man. I said nothing of the sort. Don, you were very explicit about the details. About the mask that the figure was wearing, and the blood that splattered over you when he was shot. Enough. Shut up, woman. You're making all this up.
That will do! Mr. Drebber,
Yes.
you repute the account just given by Madame Tusples?
I have no recollection of ever saying those things. Come on, do you really expect us to believe you?
Control yourself, counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom.
It's not baseless, though. Wait, wrong voice. Right.
Circumstances. I think it best that you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this witness.
Very well. There's no way I could be wrong 3 times, right?
Nope.
There's no way I can be wrong 3 times, right?
Testing it!
Objection!
Nope, I'm just sending it!
Send it, brother!
Mr. Drebber, do you remember this camera? But that is the camera from that fateful night. Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber. And is that supposed to be significant? This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the lens extends forward on the end of some bellows. Like this.
Hold it!
Hold it! What's that? They're just on the bellows. It looks like a dark red stain.
That's right. It's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact.
Good lord, are you suggesting?
This is a murder trial, of course be suggesting, my lord. Yes, my lord. It appears to be a spatter of blood. Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Scythe? It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood, but not the blood of some animal. Yes, to test whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough. I propose that Madame Tuspel's testimony was correct, and that on the night in question 10 years ago, you were splattered with blood from the gunshot wound. Well, And furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb.
Rebooting.
Rebooting. Please stand by. Please stand in line. There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night.
Objection!
Objection! But why? Why would he want to do that?
No, not for his own gain, it would seem.
For whose then? Who could benefit?
Mr. Drebber is obviously lying in order to protect somebody.
My goodness, he's shielding someone. And that gaze just gave it away.
Yes, my lord, and clearly, someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor coming back to life to be exposed.
Well, counsel, who is it then? Who is this witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night? I don't think we have to guess.
The obvious answer is Dr. Scythe.
What? Whatever do you mean?
Imagine if the convict who had been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine it was to come to light. What are you insinuating? Imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. Was the professor?
That would be an unprecedented scandal!
Objection!
Objection!
Yes, conjecture.
This is beyond a joke. Need I point out that the dead cannot come back to life? What you're suggesting would mean the execution never actually happened.
I'm actually proposing that the execution was not successful.
Yeah, that's a possibility.
Aw, you're no fun, Renosuke. Yes, that's exactly what it is.
Objection!
Objection! Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape. Not in Great Britain.
Objection!
Objection. The fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging.
If that were really true, Counsel, the implications of misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. It would taint the honor of the entire judiciary. From the ground up!
Fuck. Exactly because of those monumental repercussions, Dr. Seife consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret, with that meant being complicit in a crime.
You mean...
I mean that Dr. Seife wasn't collaborating with Mr. Drebber's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Mr. Asman with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. Ooh. A little on the nose, wouldn't you say, Dr. Seife? Jesus!
Time for the feast!
But Lord Van Zeeks!
Pray forgive my freshly filled hallowed chalice, and a whole raft of other discourtesies now. Goodness me. It's just the sort of tall-tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead. A Scotland Yard cover-up. A conspiracy at the highest levels. So let me ask you one thing.
What's that?
If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night, only to be shot in the chest,
Who shot him?
who pulled the trigger?
Yeah, I figured we were gonna go that.
And disposed of him forever?
Alright. Completely no evidence based.
Yeah.
Guess.
Yeah, no.
Scythe. My take on it is she realized he wasn't dead when she did the coroner's report, so she came back to finish the job. That's my take.
That's a pretty good take, in all honesty.
We have too little information to work out at the present. Couldn't agree more.
The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies. Have you considered this, my learned Nipponese friend?
No, we never do. Considered what?
You realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary.
Wait, hard to imagine any sum of money being offered for research could warrant it.
To rely on some stage deception when so much is at stake would be madness.
Well, I suppose.
And this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money in the venture. Would be instrumental in future profits, too.
Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Asman at all. Or are you forgetting that his death results in me not receiving not a single penny? But Mr. Asman's the articles. The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim now.
There is the contract, that's very true.
Motive for this case runs deep, though. I can feel it. Using threats to force the head of the forensic investigation team to cooperate seems strange, especially for a government grant that he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place. The research grant was the aim to Mr. Asman's will to make no sense of it. Which means Mr. Beverly wasn't money at all. Aspen. Why? What was his motive then? It was for the article!
Your time is up, my learned friend. I'd say you have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with this charade.
Hey, your leg's no longer on the desk.
Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we?
Oh man, he dodged out of the way.
How do you explain why this engineer would throw all caution to the wind and threaten his own country? But at this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence.
Alright. Who exactly was Mr. Aspen to Trevor? No one's seen yet. 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is. Well, obviously the first one's the article.
Yeah.
Question is, what's the second?
Take that!
This newspaper article, my lord. It was written 10 years ago?
I'm a little behind you, hold on. That was written 10 years ago, and every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us?
It tried. That journal should have never been written. It's a typical gutter press nonsense that means nothing. Yes, on its own, it isn't particularly significant. However, you consider it alongside another piece of evidence. Completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Aspen dead.
What other evidence?
This I don't know.
Counsel, you will present your supplementary evidence without delay. The evidence, which when cross-referenced with the newspaper article, establishes a motive for the deed.
That's a great question.
I have no idea on this one.
We
We gotta
think
be
it's
real.
The picture? Do you think it's the camera?
I don't...
If we're gonna cross-reference the picture of the article, we should at least look at it.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
So, we know that Odie Asman is the man who did the article.
I really, really want to chance it and say it's the contract. He recognized the signature. It's the exact same thing.
Is it?
Yeah,
You're right. It is.
yeah, that's why I was like, I noticed that it was...
Send it. It's
Try it.
contract, my lord. Mr. Trevor, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Asman. Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact. That proves that I had no reason to kill the man. No, I'm afraid not. But there's something very significant that this newspaper and article and contract have in common. Good eye, my friend.
Really?
And it's the common link. Shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Odie Asman.
It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed. So, my learned friend, point out what these 2 pieces of evidence have in common. Where exactly is the link between this newspaper article and the contract?
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba.
Take that!
Take this, young conniving prosecutor. What these 2 pieces of evidence have in common is a signature.
A signature?
The signature on the illustration of the company's the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person.
What?
And as the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Trevor and interviewed him about his ordeal. Look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. And if you take a look close at the contract here, which was signed between the victims and the witness and the victim, you clearly see Mr. Asman's signature at the bottom.
Let me see now. Good lord, yes, they're identical!
In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Trevor 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Odie Asman. Shutting down. Reboot required.
Objection!
Objection!
But explain to the court why. Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Asmund?
Well, if you think back, you remember that Mr. Drebber talked about that article in his testimony.
Grave robbing, you say?
Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative.
That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir.
Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper that had the grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. And I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist. It was all because of that newspaper article. So, at the time, you were a student of the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, a single newspaper article changed your entire life.
So Mr. Asmund used to be a newspaper journalist, did he? He did, my lord. In fact, it's widely held belief that Asmund managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter. God, my voice is gonna be gone tomorrow.
I'm sorry.
That's kind of my own fault, because I keep doing, like, the deep voices.
Hey,
my problem.
just be you enjoying it. Don't worry, at the end of the stream, I'm gonna ping the Discord and be like, hey, you wanna have fun, be on stream and voice things? Reach out to me. Actually, like, reach out to any VIPs in the chat directly.
Yeah, we need more. We need more for Max Volt in here.
We do. I'm hoping
One
to grab
time
him
he was in
tomorrow.
here, he actually really enjoyed himself.
I know. That's because he wants to be a voice actor. I'm gonna see if I can actually get a friend of chess who's actually starting to learn to voice act. And they actually made a very minor part, and they've got the second interview for a bigger role.
I think I may have seen that on Twitter. Actually.
Yeah, you probably saw me like it and retweet it.
Yeah, probably. I wouldn't be surprised.
You had to give up your dream and leave the university and lost everything. Eventually, you found yourself working in the field of science, shadows. All because of that article written by Mr. Asmund. Enough!
Damn, there was some finality in that. I had enough.
Stop this endless dribble about my life. What?
Explain yourself, Mr. Drebber.
Yes, it's true. I had to leave the university as a result of that article. But it was just the straw that broke the camel's back. What do you mean? Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. But they struggled with their hypothesis anyway. We all did. We only have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and patented by some rich or other, after all.
Good gracious.
Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only for a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wrench. Being forced out of the university because of Lowgate was the best thing that could have ever happened
Objection.
to me. I beg to differ. Mr. Trevor, do you genuinely believe that? Of course I do. Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me? I'm sorry to say, words don't ring true at all. How dare you? I have evidence to prove it. How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Fine, if you think you have evidence, go ahead, show it. What could you possibly have to disprove the idea that I was happy to leave the university because I lacked talent?
I'm going to say the science trophy is a pretty big one.
Yeah, I completely forgot that was evidence.
Take that!
Just haven't used it yet. Do you remember this, Mr. Trevor? We found it at your workshop. Is that...
Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science? What exactly is this trophy, Council?
the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord?
I should not have picked a deep voice for the judge, goddammit.
Yeah, you shouldn't have. Drink some tea tonight.
Yeah, probably. There is no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future. Good gracious!
I can hear it straining you.
Yeah, just a bit.
Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Trevor? Because even then, you were a genius in the field. You lost everything. You had no more future. Talents would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Asman was, but when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life, it's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. The truth is, finally, he's going to fold.
I don't think he's about to.
Nope. Hold it.
Motherfucker, who?
Scythe.
Scythe?
I knew it was nobody on the stand because it wasn't acted. Or on the councils. Because it wasn't voice acted.
Huh.
Fine. Clearly this has run its course now. What? I admit it. All of it. What? What
There's
are
a
you
shot.
doing? Exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim, on the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago. Hey,
No.
good lord! I couldn't pause it, I'm sorry.
You're good. Dr. Scythe, do you realize what we're saying, woman?
It's all true. That day, I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage. My heart nearly stopped beating. Memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself. Professor again, staring me in the face. Then, before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. Scythe, you will go along with my plan. Someone who knows the truth about what really happened. All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to follow what it said. Made the necessary alterations to the scene, and fabricated the autopsy report. There's really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now.
Strong heart's gonna be pissed.
I'm right. He might not get Attorney General for it now. Why on earth would you buckle now? Well, there's no point trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborate in a murder. But the great lie about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished. So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything. Surely it goes without saying. You admit your part into it then? I admit nothing at all. What?
Of course.
Have you forgotten that the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong. No! We're so close to pinning it.
God damn it.
Triple order of fries.
Order! Order!
Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secrets, so I went along with his plan. Lord Van Zeeks.
Yes.
Hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course.
I have heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court.
Hmm?
This trial is not in the proper forum in which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Drebber. The defendant is Professor Albert Hairbrain.
That's true.
Yep. Very true. It had slipped my mind.
Isn't he one of your closest friends?
As the court has heard, Dr. Scythe has admitted to the allegations brought by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt.
You mean...
At the present time, it is the conclusion of this court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objection? None, my lord.
Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. Proven Professor Hairbrain's innocence.
Without further ado, then, the adjudication. Unless the prosecution or defense have any other matters to discuss.
I don't know. This doesn't feel quite right. Why did Dr. Scythe suddenly admit to it like that? Is everything alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Like you said before, the way the trial's set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. Is that really what we want? What the defense
The
should be
courtroom
pushing
is
for
the
now
best place to find the truth.
It is in fact the best place to find the truth. We shall continue trial!
Objection!
Objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord.
I beg your pardon?
We're just following what Sholmes said to do. We demand one final testimony.
What? You do realize I'm about to adjudicate in favor of your client, I presume? What are you playing at now, my Nipponese friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that.
So Naruhodo, what exactly are you thinking? The truth. The whole truth, and a way to bring it all out into the open. Yes, in hindsight, that's exactly what I was thinking.
Sholmes. Ah, yes. One word of warning before I go. If, in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone.
Almost like the hounds at the Baskerville.
To the bitter end, you understand. Not falter, whatever may come to pass.
I'm sure Mr. Sholmes knew. He must have deduced that this would happen. Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client and secure an acquittal.
Obviously.
But that's not all. I believe that I have a duty to the court to pursue the whole truth of the case, until the very last detail is laid bare. That is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Scythe. Testimony from me? About what? About about the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Trevor. Ha! In case it's escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. Stop wasting everyone's time. Ah! As his lordship made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no point in protracting this business further with another tedious cross-examination.
Objection!
Yo! Bottle flip.
Pray forgive my careless handling of that hollowed bottle. I slipped. You very clear.
That's
You
what
very
you call
clearly
it?
threw a Van Zeeks. Don't even try that shit. What is your objection, Lord Van Zeeks? Prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness.
Yes! We're working together like Phoenix and Edgeworth. Don't
Yep.
be stupid.
There is more to this case than has yet to come to light. I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts.
Yeah, catch up. I wanted to change to the pick and pick scene.
Yeah, sorry.
What? Lord Van Zeeks?
This is most irregular, to say the least. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Scythe, you will testify for the court, explaining the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Trevor. Excuse me.
I very well.
The
Waxwork plot. It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside its jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret. At the highest level, I had to protect it. Cut and dry.
Yeah, very cut and dry.
So I was right. The stage and the machine were all specifically designed for this deception. So it seems. All meticulously prepared. You did well to see it through. Or see through it. You're a very shrewd boy. So kind of you to say. What about this autopsy report then? All I did was record the location of the body as being the Crystal Tower instead of under the stage. That's all? That's terrible corruption. Only my team were aware of the deceit, and then only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you.
We must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe that testimony has clarified everything. There's no particular need for a cross-examination, I would say.
Sir, I have a right to a cross-examination, and I would love it. Just look at the expression of Dr. Sykes' face. The defense's right to cross-examination any witness following testimony. What is it about you Japanese that make you all so doggedly persistent?
Very well. If you so desire, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes,
Okay,
my
you're
lord.
gonna have to take. You're taking over on the judge. I don't
That's
think I
fine.
can do that voice anymore.
Oh, that's fine. I'm gonna have a lot of back and forth banter here anyway, so if you want to take a step away, get like a coffee or something warm for your throat, now would be a great time.
Yeah,
God, I sound like I'm at work. The waxwork plot. Alright, so we still have our 3 strikes.
Here, but
All
I've got
begin
4.
scene. I'm gonna just start by confirming what we know.
Yep.
From what we described before, it sounds like the note was anonymous. Do we have any idea of who was behind it? There were some very few people who know about what really happened 10 years ago to start with. Anyway, I never heard of this engineer. No, I had no idea. Despite knowing who was behind the plan, you went along with it. I had no choice. Protecting the professor's secret was my concern.
But the horse has bolted now. The stable door will never shut again. Gartland Yard's reputation will be immeasurably damaged as a result of all this.
Yes, thank you, Lord Venzix. I'm well aware of that. So, as I understand it, what you found in the birdcage was the waxwork model. Where then was the victim's body?
Nothing odd about that.
No. The actual body of the victim is indicated in the notes instructions beneath the experimentation sheet. Well, the first one's fine, the second one's fine. I actually don't.
I'm pressing the second one.
I'm pressing the second one on the actual visual cue.
Hold it!
So you knew about the special construction of the stage used to carry out the trick then? It was quite obvious what had happened with the victim and the waxwork. You switched the two over, did you? In other words, you recorded the victim's body having discovered the Crystal Tower, and the waxwork? I wrapped it and sent it by carriage to the specified address at the specified time. Why were you given such directions?
Presumably, so it could be recovered by Trevor. Returned to Madame Tussauds.
I see. And you put the birdcage back on the experimentation stage? Yes, although someone obviously made a mistake about which cage should go where. I thought I made it perfectly clear to the team, but still. I suppose you were focused on the victim's body, that being a more important detail.
I'm not liking her silence after every single one of these
Yeah, I don't
presses.
either. The body had been arranged in certain ways to get the defendant. My job. Yeah,
Hold it!
I'm gonna press 3.
Way ahead of him.
When you said arranged, I presume you mean with this? Yes. The instructions said fabricate some evidence to make it clear that the harebrain alone could have killed Aspen. You mean that was your doing? Fetched Harebrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage. Took it with me, alone, to the abyss underneath the stage where the bird had fallen. Alone, Doctor? Didn't feel appropriate to involve anybody else in the particular part of the deception. I don't like how the music stopped.
Okay, it's giving us a play-by-play.
Void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it up. Then, I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest. Fade to black. I love Phoenix Wright for that. And then you noted in your fake autopsy report as a fictitious cause of death.
Okay, so the broken neck is what did that.
The actual cause of death.
The actual cause of death was
trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop. My word! What is it, Mr. Zato? Something about Dr. Sife's last statement. It's playing on my mind, that's all. Yeah, I'm with you. Yes, mine too. Because if this is the one that fell feet first, I don't think you would have died from the fall trauma. Dr. Scythe. Really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well. The defense calls for you to add what you said to your formal testimony. Oh? Which is fine.
If we're both on the same page, it's gotta be real cause of death.
Correct. Real cause of death being fall 30 feet. That part. Fine. If that's what you want. Just stop yelling, please.
The prosecution concurs.
Very well. We'll supplement your testimony now, witness. If you wish, my lord. Actually, 30-foot fall. I feel like we can present something. We have the original? We do have the original autopsy.
Orange
But
of a
this
wound to the
is
chip.
the problem is I don't feel right presenting the autopsy report because this was fabricated by her. Right? We know that this is hers.
I don't think. Yeah, that's the one she wrote. I'm just gonna. It generated an extra statement, so I'm gonna press that statement.
Yeah, that's how I look at it too. You're quite sure of that? It was a result of a broken neck? Yes. As a professional, that was more than apparent. You never know just by looking at the photograph of the victim. Oh, that's very true. Obviously not. Precisely why coroners are needed to determine actual facts. Yes, as assuming they can be trusted.
There's no point calling her assessment into question without evidence. Let's get back to the testimony.
Very well.
So that-
I want to press 4, but I
That
also
was
kind of want to present on 3 or 5. I want to kind of press 5, but I also kind of want to present on.
I'm pressing 5 currently.
I'll press 5.
Hold it!
We don't lose anything by pressing. The entire team? Averting the course of justice? The team consists of the very best investigators there are. We demand loyalty from all members. We operate on a code of chivalry of sorts. Aid and abet murder, commit perjury, and dare talk of chivalry? It was a matter of priorities. What? Nothing was more important than protecting the secret. Listen, my team did what was necessary without losing sight of the primary goal. I consider their conduct exemplary. Ugh. I don't concede the point, Mr. Arnold. You mustn't let her win. I need a lawyer.
He is a lawyer.
You are a lawyer. Take that science as a tactic acceptance. Now can we move on?
The problem is, I can agree with the moral high ground of that secret about the professor needing to stay quiet.
Yes.
So I don't think we press that.
I think we're at a point of presenting.
So am I, and I'm conflicted about something as well here.
Well, here's my concern. If he fell to his death, he's secured in this. And all the damage is at the feet, so I would expect a broken ankle, not head trauma. I feel like presenting the birdcage.
No, that's another issue. Okay. Wait a minute.
What?
Look near the head of the bird cage.
Yeah?
Like, you can't examine it, unfortunately, but it does look like there is a splotch of some kind. Other side of the headboard. Like, it's going to be on the side
Oh,
edge.
hey. I think that's just wood stain.
It could just be wood stain out.
It looks like it's part of the grain. But I still stand by the point of birdcage.
That
Objection.
doesn't seem right, is the problem.
No, don't send the birdcage.
Yeah, let me do the frickin' checking of those first before
No.
you present any
We
further.
send it.
Alright, let me try the autopsy report.
That's like my only other guess here is the autopsy report. But if she wrote it,
Not the autopsy report, not
that's
the
what I
autopsy.
thought. If she wrote it, it wouldn't be her. Wait, well, no. We know the crossbow was used to pop the balloon hiding the wax body. It wouldn't be the crossbow. Let's just go through everything. The exhibition newspaper's not anything to do with cause of death. Crossbow used
Crossbow was for the balloon.
This is the balloon. This is the diagram explaining it. Picture of the victim. Wait, picture of the victim. When
That
was
was
this taken?
after it was moved.
Oh, okay. After the body was moved. Autopsy report she wrote. Screwdriver she's saying is fake. It also has
Well,
blood.
There's if she's telling the truth, that was post-mortem. There would
Neither of the pictures, not the birdcage, it's not the glass.
go back to that picture real quick.
One. The victim?
Yeah. Yeah, this thought just occurred to me. Would
Yeah?
he bleed that much if he was still alive?
That's what I'm thinking.
Well, would he bleed that much if he was dead on the stab?
Yes, apparently.
Alright, never mind.
Hey, guess what? I got 1 strike left.
I've got 2 more to go. You're hitting that save button. I saw that save button.
I don't know what you're talking about. This didn't happen. Scrub this from the VOD, editor. Oh, wait, that's me.
We'll correct it in post.
We'll correct it
Or
in
more
post.
specifically, you'll correct it in post.
That's if I correct it in post.
Yeah, no.
The only thing I can think of at this point is the autopsy report, but if she wrote it, that means nothing.
No. Okay.
Or it's
I will
the
be right back.
screwdriver.
I will be right back. I'm using the restroom again. And
Sir, you're not allowed to do this. I have 1 strike left.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Fuck. I want to know if we're on the right...
It's the only thing left I can think of is the screwdriver and
I
the
want
picture.
to real quick explore what the other... Anything else on the other...
We have not
Sure.
pressed the last statement, so I'm gonna press it. Faith in Scotland Yard is going to suffer a terrible blow as a result of this.
And the precious secret is out now anyway.
Yes, as you say. And I take full responsibility.
Low me down. Dr. Saith!
Surely there was some other way you could have protected the secret. No, there really wasn't. I've done my utmost, believe me. In many ways, I respect your determination. Nearly froze under that cold stare as she said that. You believe she was being genuine, though, Mr. Naruto? I didn't really get anything out of that. It's her story. She did everything and revealed her full involvement. I wonder if there could really be much more to it. I just have a feeling. You, Mr. Naruto? Truth is, I find it strange too. How those two are reacting to opposite ways. Yes, exactly. For some reason, I feel sure they're still trying to hide something. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Change the other statement,
That's the only other thing I can think
and
of
then
at
I'm
this
gonna
point.
press on that, see if anything pops up.
Only thing I can think of at this point.
Okay, nothing else really came from it. Okay, I think I know what you're doing. I'm going to take this time to run to the restroom. I'll be right back.
Hey. It's... Oh. Oh. I think you're onto something.
Hold it!
I think Hawk's onto something. I think we grabbed the wrong statement. Deprecate, yep. It's all played out. But if it's laying flat, why would it be dripping down? We're on to something here, if you can hear me.
I just got back. What were we on to?
Court record. Picture of the victim. if he's laying flat like the picture shows, like the motion shows you, why would it be running down his shirt? So that's not cause of death, it's what she did. It's what we need to do.
Oh, okay. I think I see your point.
Maybe it's- Fixed way. Yep.
I got it.
Of course, they laid toppled in the cage.
Yeah,
Trash.
nope. That makes sense to me.
Objection!
Present the picture. There we go. We're on to something here. Got a nasty feeling.
That was it.
This inconsistently points to an extremely uncomfortable truth. What on earth is the matter, Council? Have you lost your tongue? Apologize, my lord. Scythe, in the last statement of yours, there's just one point. Yo, the pursuit music has changed. Seems to defy explanation. Turn the game audio up just a smidge.
Oh yeah, do it. I wish I still had.
Hi, Vance.
I wish I hadn't given you all the freaking lozenges during our trip. Damn it! Hello.
I'm sorry, but
Ow.
I needed more even after you gave me all of them.
Yeah, I know.
I've got advanced.
Out with it, my learned friend.
There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph. Shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to the death.
Objection. Court has already examined that photograph of death. There's nothing new we can learn from it.
Objection!
Objection? Yes, we have already considered it. That's true. We now know the facts to be different.
What do you mean?
I believe we should let the defense explain. Where in this photograph can you see the alleged inconsistent of witness's statement?
Take that!
Bloodstain. Why is it dripping down? Closely at the bloodstain on the victim's chest. It extends downward direction towards the feet. Why is that significant, Counsel? The victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, but it's entirely expected. Oh, of course, no, that's not what happened. Exactly, bud. Dr. Scythe made it very clear that in her testimony just now, that the point at which she stole Professor Hairbrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was after the grand deception was set in motion. The birdcage had fallen below the stage out of sight. The shape of it is clear that the birdcage would have fallen on its side after the 30-foot drop. If the victim really had been stabbed whilst in the birdcage in that position, the bloodstain from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions, for it to have formed a longitudinal appearance conceivable. Given the victim's blood seeped vertically downwards from the wound, it must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Asmund, he was standing up. In short, Dr. Scythe, your latest testimony was a total fabrication. You know, I was right. Now I've identified the contract. There's only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under a great misapprehension here.
What? What sort of misapprehension?
Dr. Scythe. You claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Drebber as the result of the note left in the waxwork. You claim that you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. You claim that you authorized a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. On one of those claims is an all-out lie. Because of the question of what bloodstain really tells us, there's only one possible answer.
If that is the case, what is it, man?
Madness. Counsel, you've clearly struck upon a revelation. Now tell us what the court it is.
If I may stop you real quick. Madness. Sparta!
Yep, exactly where I was going with it.
Okay, cool.
What is the lie? The stabbing.
Yep.
The answer is very simple if you consider the sequence of events. If when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downwards as it did, I'm sure the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time.
As you rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage.
Yes, it would, which tells us the victim must have been in that position from his own.
Objection!
Objection! That's impossible! The man was dead, remember?
No, that's the misapprehension. It hit her too. It hit the edge. The birdcage fell from the stage to the void below. It must have hit the ground with considerable force.
Oh no.
But Mr. Asmund did die in the fall. Probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came around, he got to his feet and climbed out of the cage. Just as Dr. Scythe appeared.
Fuck, she just straight up murdered the man.
Yep. If the victim was in fact alive at the point in time, it changes everything. Scan. Mr. Odie Asmund's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Harebrine, nor was the mastermind behind the stage trick to Mr. Enoch Drebber. It was you, Dr. Courtney Scythe.
Right? How did you do those screams like that? It sounds like a bird screeching.
I don't know. That's what comes to mind. Hey, a triple order of fries. Could this possibly be true? Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him? I hope that by admitting to being an accomplice in Dr. Gerber's scheme, the trial would end before you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder. You shut up. You're so desperate now. You're making all this up as if I would do something.
Objection!
Susato. I assure you, the defense is not desperate enough. You know how to establish facts using evidence and logic alone. Logic. Don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it. What? What do you mean? Yes, if I thought it was obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking in motive. Possible reason would I have to kill Mr. Asmund. I was involved in number of criminal activities from abortion to theft and murder. No known connection to Dr.
There is
Scythe.
no known connection to Dr. Scythe
I'm rather relieved to say it does seem far-fetched. True. No obvious motive. Still stands something in the back of my mind. I feel sure I've seen something somewhere that answers why the coroner might have done this. I may have tampered with a crime scene and conducted a fake report. Murdering someone is far no reason for a very different story.
Objection!
Objection? No. You question what possible reason you could have wanted for killing Mr. Asmund? Something did come to mind. What? Was it, counsel? Enlighten the court at once. Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something seemed strange, but we had no reason to suspect it at the time. There's a particular object that explains why Dr. Scythe would have wanted to kill Mr. Asmund. In our evidence.
Scalpels was an added to our evidence.
The reason I'm saying the scalpel is, wasn't the ledger book saying that they were spending like 500, going through 500 scalpels a month or something?
Yeah, it was, yeah, but...
Scalpel, or rather, scalpels. Say scalpels? It would appear that the word has struck a chord, Doctor. You, come on, out with it. It was yesterday, when we visited your laboratory. Look, big thick book here. That appears to be an accounting ledger. The record forensic investigation team is spending it. Oh, what is it? It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on monthly basis, but, well, one entry seems rather strange. Really? What way? You're buying 500 scalpels every month. Why would you need to buy something that you can sharpen and clean after every use? 500 scalpels? A month? First, I wonder what on earth scalpels are. Actually, I realize now it's not the scalpels that sends that are being significant. It's the money flow, disappearing every month from the department's accounts.
Asmund's criminal organization, heavily on extortion for its funding. Trace the money from the forensic investigation team's account to find out where it was going. Extremely straightforward.
10 years ago, when Mr. Asman was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. Drebber, you may as well stumble upon information as he was researching the story. Information related to dark secrets. To rack money for her for the next decade. Secrets? Good lord, you mean? I don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago. Clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Asman in the heart with all your might. So silence the blackmailer who knew your dark secret forever! You'll never understand. None of you. What we've had to keep covered up all these long years. Hi, Drebber. Very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb. The truth of this case can never be properly established unless you speak out. And if you decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney Scythe will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done, and tell the court the truth about what happened. 10 years ago,
10 years ago, you told the truth, and you were robbed of a bright and successful future as a result.
I'm just gonna warn you, it's on
Certainly
auto for the rest of the game.
I can certainly understand your bitterness and your consternation now. However, this is surely the chance you've been waiting for, to sever the hold that fate's had over you all these years.
Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. I mean, really? It's the addle-brained mock scientists that are the worst, you know. They don't recognize the fact that they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. So they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on about their wonderful hypotheses, their stupid eyes shining like red like little child. They make me sick. I can't abide their foolishness. Careful, Mr. Drebber. I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It made for quite a show, didn't it? So you admit it. You admit that it was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim. Yes, I admit it. I did it all in the name of revenge. Revenge for the future that Mr. Asman's article had deprived you 10 years earlier? The revenge you sought didn't stop at Asman, did it?
Which is where that very particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see.
young convict you saw rising from the grave in Logan Cemetery 10 years ago. Your account of this was all true.
Then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had.
So your plan required that you abduct the particular Waxwick model in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well. Or on Dr. Seif, to be precise. Was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, has been turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an intern. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye. About the coroner who handled the bogus autopsy of being appointed the head of a new forensic team. When I learned that news, my cognitive processes started to devise the plan. The horrid tale. He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wills against him, for revenge. And have the rotten Scotland Yard eating out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I had to suffer. Your executions against those who ruined your future were justified as revenge, at least to yourself. Certainly, no one has the right to destroy another prospects, especially for purely selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you? Did I? 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 Did I do?
Did I? Did I? Did I? Did I? Did I? Ah,
Who's
great,
gonna
we're
know
singing.
that reference? I guess just you and I.
Maybe. Who knows?
That's such a good movie. I need to watch it again.
I actually need to watch.
I actually haven't watched the second one all the way through.
I've started it. It's
I watched the ending of it, basically. I
So-
watched the first one a few times, for sure.
we need to keep going, but I'll tell you, it's wild, and I don't know if it's deserving of a watch, man. It's good, but it's not good rewatching it.
Alright, fair enough.
Professor Harebrain's only crime was passion for his hypothesis. He had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew that he would be forever branded a failure and a fraud. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this. Your own actions result in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man.
He did not realize
No,
that until it was pointed out to him.
no. He's like me. You have to be blunt. Lord Van Zeeks, what of Dr. Seif? Immediate warrant for arrest has been granted and she's been remanded in custody, my lord.
Get out of here. I presume she will face trial in the coming days, along with Mr. Drebber.
A most regrettable situation indeed. Made great contributions to her profession over the years. It really is a hard truth to swallow. However, that is a topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor Harebrain.
Oh, yes?
It
I'm
seems
trying
there
a
is
German
great
accent,
deal
leave me
more
alone.
of an experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume that all that sort of details have been brought to light. It's been a very long and profound trial, but I'm pleased to say that you are absolved of all guilt.
This whole experiment has taught me a very great but painful lesson. I've been
I mean, me, this dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy. I've been selfish and self-centered, and above all, a fool.
Professor,
I've spent my life thinking of nothing but my research. Misguidedly believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to, despite my lack of talent. The worst of it is, in the process, I've caused others pain and misery. Others who are far, far greater people than I. No, Professor, that's not true. What? Don't tar yourself with the same brush as Trevor. What happened was his doing, and his alone. This outcome is his fate, not yours. You are not to blame in any way.
Lord Van Zeeks.
And the derision with which he referred to you earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even. That is no idea. To believe in yourself and work your fingers to the bone to realize your dream. That's laudable, not laughable. No one has the right to deride another for such choices.
He really is growing on me through the episodes.
Oh. Thank you, Barak.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
Yes, my lord.
it is the court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty of the charge of which he stands accused. I presume there are no objections?
None from me, my lord.
Certainly not.
This trial has really made me think, but this is the right decision.
All been proven methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever. What's that? It's done easy? It's all over?
I don't know what's become of the yard these days. I don't recognize the place.
Very well. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant
Not guilty. Fade away. Fireworks inside the Old Bailey.
Oh, that's been going on since episode 1 of the first game.
Court is adjourned.
Actually, episode 3 of the first game, I should say.
Something like that.
It only started with the Old Bailey. It's over. That was some trial.
October 25th, 4:33 p.m. The Old Bailey. Defendant's antechamber.
Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it? Oh, it is. It is. Congratulations, Professor Harebrine.
Mr. Naruhodo, Mr. Sato, I am truly beside myself with gratitude! How can I ever thank you enough?
Just glad it's all been cleared up, that you realize you were just caught up in a bad situation.
Right now, you know, if I had that research grant money, I'd give the whole lot to you, every penny.
Well, that's very kind, but just a student, so you don't need any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than enough.
Oh dear, what can I do? Aha! How about this, as a memento? The paper about my hypothesis is inside.
Oh. Well, just as a memento then. Thank you. Been wondering, Professor. What are you going to do now?
Oh my, yes. What am I going to do? My hypothesis and my great machine lie in ruins. But still, it's been too long since I was last in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. I must explore the great exhibition whilst I'm here too and see if new inspiration hits me.
Oh yes, that's a wonderful idea. I can't
I
allow.
can't allow that.
I had a feeling it was him. Lord Van Zeeks, what are you doing in here?
Bedrock. I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert. Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You were like a great demon behind your bench there, snarling down on your prey. One of the few true friends I have. Couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution or the defense.
Wow, he really wanted it. Sorry. Or the defense? Did I just hear that right?
I always knew that you had my best interests at heart. Don't worry. How about you show me around while I'm here in town? It's been a long time since we left university. We have a lot to catch up on.
Really are friends.
Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you.
Over.
What? From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets. What? A minute, Bark? What about the Great Exhibition? This is the chance of a lifetime for me. I want to look around. No. No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea.
He's fearing the Reaper.
Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Bark.
Lord Van Zeeks. What's all this about?
Necessary precaution.
Yes, I think I understand. You do? Well, Iris told me that when you met Lord Van Zeeks at his office some days ago, he asked how Mr. Natsume was doing. Yes, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time. I asked. Mr. Natsume is still alive and well, even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood trial with the Reaper as the prosecutor. you don't mean Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas?
Those in the Reaper's sights meet their ends days or sometimes months after their acquittal. It's been the pattern up to now.
But, of course, we know that both Mr. Natsume and Gina are completely innocent.
Oh, fuck.
True.
Hear me out. That's why Gregson's getting transferred to Paris and he's taking Gina with her.
To save Gina from the Reaper.
True. Perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend. Baroque! Mustashna Hipponese. Man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once.
Right. Does your friend-shaped package get any say in it? Goodness. Was this your intention all along, Lord Van Zeeks? Or think of him as the Reaper. This man seems absolutely merciless. Yet, sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all. It's time to
Time
go.
to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being.
Yeah, until he's acquitted.
Ah, yes. All right. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you so much for everything.
Not at all, Professor. It's a pleasure getting to know you. Best wishes, Professor Harebrand.
Well, once the dust is settled, you must come and visit me in Germany. Anyway, goodbye for now.
I love his music.
We need a third game.
We're not getting one anytime soon. It hasn't even come in Japan.
Yeah, no, I thought not. Now, my Nipponese friend.
Oh, yes? I thought you'd gone too.
We have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time?
You want to talk with me?
I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes.
What?
Huh?
Well, that was strange. For some reason, I didn't get that sense of impending doom as you walked away this time. Enigma, Barak von Zeeks. Does he want to discuss it? There awaits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes then. I'd like to point out we're like
Yeah.
way over.
We're almost
time.
5 hours.
Yeah,
I know.
I was gonna point that out. We're like, we have to see this through the
Dude.
end.
Dude. This is what happens when a person gets hooked on a good show. Is just literally just you spend longer going into it than intended. And it's literally one of those things. I don't need sleep. I need answers. Damn it!
I expected the extra hour. I did not expect 2. I would have ran a
Hopefully, we're
second
coming up
break
at
if
the
that
end
was
here.
the case.
October 24th, 4:58 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom.
Hi, Zeeks.
So, are you satisfied? You saved a guileless scientist from an injustice.
Yes, I think so. I'm relieved at least. That man's innocence could be proven.
Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nipponese comes from. It's definitely been on our minds for a while.
Yeah. Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagine you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. Now, I think differently. You clearly know our ways, so I would guess that some specific incident led you to thorough dislike of my race. Will you tell me what happened, please?
The professor.
Yep.
I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest.
He took your brother's life. Clint.
Clint. My brother was Clint Van Zeeks. 16 years ago, I was still just in my teens. He was already the director of prosecutions, a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. He was involved in the establishment of justice systems in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations then too to share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan.
That's, Mikatoba, the judge, and somebody we don't know yet. 16 years ago, one of them could have been my father.
Of course. I remember Dr. Mikatoba well.
No idea.
He was a minor at the time, but the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to the 3 visiting Nipponese.
I actually met my father.
He and his colleagues were polite and himself. They were adept at their work, exacting in their standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit. A very great impression of them.
He actually liked us.
6 years later, that's when it happened. Investigation was going nowhere. No suspects either. Just an ever-growing list of victims. In the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved.
So sorry, Lord Van Zeeks. Truly.
Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway. So he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer. But it was his victory in the end. Personally, though, it's a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. I finally found out the killer's identity. The reason why no one had been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be such a mystery. Indeed, hiding in plain sight all the time.
What? Plain sight?
You were aware of political events 10 years ago.
No.
It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires.
The treaty was being forged, I think.
Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussions. Which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. The British public had known the identity of the killer. Not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, but our two nations could very well have ended up at war.
What? A war between Britain and Japan?
That third student was it.
Professor. Yeah. But that would mean, oh my, you mean to say the professor was...
When the
gonna-
trial reached its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's time.
No, autopilot.
Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster. I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum. So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
That's the professor?
Yes, that's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind. That the mass murderer whose crimes shook Britain as never before was Japanese.
Wait a minute. That face. I feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
Good?
Oh, snap.
Did he just get
Cosmo,
over his amnesia?
Cosmo, you good, son?
It is! He's alive!
He lives!
Father.
It's his dad.
What? Father?
That's why they wanted him on this trip. That's why they wanted to send him to Britain. They wanted him to know.
Kazuma!
It was definitely Cosmo.
I knew it from the
My
voice.
best friend.
Oh,
Kazuma
yeah, no.
Asogi. After a whole year, finally his memories returned. As he stood there before me,
Gibbs, I'm so happy.
Ryunosuke.
He's got his memory back too.
Oh, thank God.
Wonder if he's
Hello
gonna join
again.
us for the last two trials.
My friend.
Kazuma-sama!
I'd say highly likely.
Judicial
No way.
Assistant Mikotoba.
He's probably still got a bit of a fog in his head, though. I wouldn't be surprised.
It's been a very long road. Thank you. Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
It was an honor.
I knew you wouldn't die that easily. Kazuma.
I owe you thanks, too, for taking good care of that in my absence.
Oh. Karuma, the great blade of the Asogi clan, passed down through the generations.
Weird not seeing us with it.
When we left Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. A Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened, it was Susato-san's wish that I
There was a
inherit the
yippee in the
sword,
background. I heard that.
Yeah,
and
it's
I've
my
kept
phone.
it with me
It's
ever
10:30.
since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared. With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
Not crying, you're crying.
I'll start welling up in a few moments here.
Happy to see you back.
So
I've made it. At last. Father.
Are you saying... Surely not. You mean, you knew all this time? I'm looking at it, but I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
Don't do it, man. And if the spell's gonna be pissed at you.
dude, that exhibit's gonna close down anyway.
Mm.
Kazuma-sama.
He's just solidifying that.
Ryunosuke. We have much to talk about. But now is not the time.
Wait. Huh?
I'll be seeing you.
So are we done with the
all Kazuma
holy
said.
shit moments?
I don't know. We're still in a cutscene.
Before he turned and left
We
us
know we
there.
are. That's
in
what's
the
scaring
courtroom.
me.
No, we're not.
So he's the living after image of the man who took my brother's life, is he?
Yes. Kazuma Osogi. He's my best friend.
3 months ago, when Lord Strongheart introduced us, I had an inkling there was something there. Some connection.
Why did Lord Strongheart do that? Why did he make Kazuma Lord Van Seek's apprentice when he was suffering amnesia, too?
The man was apprehended, even executed. And his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I had to say. I thank you for meeting with me when as I asked.
I do.
I bid you good day, sirs, madams.
10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station, where we were to meet my father from the train. For me, it was the first time I'd ever seen him. This is tied up with painful memories for her too. We've never talked about this with me before, though. It took some time to adjust to having father around, but when I was starting to get used to it, I called him into his study one day. A great friend of his had passed away. His friend, the friend he had left behind a son, a boy, 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father. He was studying to become a defense lawyer. He wanted to help, so he studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. I'm sure you've worked out. Cosmos. So you see, that's how he and I met.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon. But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred, something that had been dormant for a long time. As if great wheels had been set in motion, I could almost hear them creaking into life.
Roommate's probably coming.
In some ways, it was the end of a chapter, but in many, it was the start of a new one.
Asking. Oh, finally. We have made it to episode 4, Twisted Karma and his last bow, or bow. Well, guys, you got 2 extra hours out of me. I hope you all are happy. Anyways, we are 2 hours overdue from pushing the button. So I'm gonna go ahead and push it.
Thank you for pressing the self-destruct button. This ship will self-destruct in 3 minutes.
Oh, hey, the webcam's brokey. There we go. I'm gonna mute up in Discord real quick. Anyways, we are officially ahead of schedule on Great Ace Attorney 2. But that's not going to stop the schedule for the next couple weeks. It is going to be strictly Great Ace Attorney 2. Tomorrow, Saturday, Monday, Tuesday, Saturday, until we finish this game. My goal is to finish this before I go to Indianapolis on March 31st. That is a Saturday, which means there will not be a stream on March 31st, as I will be out of town, 6 hours away, unable to stream. I'll be too busy playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Probably be in the middle of the 4th round by then. Anyway, so that means tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time, we're going to start episode 4 of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. We're starting the first bit of it. I am going to actually send you over to a good friend of mine. She's one of the few people that streams late, so if you want to keep watching some cool content, I'm going to send you over to Kimba. She is currently playing a game I wish I had, which is Contraband Police. Looks really fun, like they're having a blast right now. I really need to get some sleep, but I hope you guys all come and hang out with Kimba for the little bit, and I hope to see you guys tomorrow at 6:30 for episode 4. The sooner we get through this, the sooner we can move on to Persona 4 Golden, Pokemon, and probably sprinkle in some Yu-Gi-Oh! For some practice for the event on March 31st. I'm actually going to hit the self-destruct button a little early. I am very tired. I do want to check in with Kimba, and I hope you all guys have a great night. I'm going to go ahead and send this over a minute early. Hope you guys have a great night.